from Delhi. For those who've just joined us, the latest on the Ahmedabad-London flight crash this morning in Ahmedabad is that Home Minister Amit Shah has left from Delhi for Ahmedabad. He had already, like I said earlier, taken the status of what really went on, took all the details, and now he is Ahmedabad bound. Home Minister Amit Shah has left for Ahmedabad. Let me now go across to the guests. Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath and also Captain Sham Kumar, who's an aviation expert. A very, very warm welcome to both of you. What a tragedy it is, Group Captain Devnath, today for the entire country and also across the world. We're getting a lot of, condolences and, nations commiserating with us what really unfolded this morning, a tragedy in Ahmedabad. I want to ask you, Group Captain Devnath, my colleague Kartik Malhotra very succinctly explained as to what may have happened, although he did add a rider that it's all in the realm of speculation. Sorry, Captain Devnath, can you hear me?
Yes, Baba, I can hear you.
So tell me something, it takes off and then it reaches an altitude of 625 and then you see that, which is not really too much, like my colleague was explaining. Both the engines you have flamed. What do you think may happen? Because all the checks and balances, due diligence must have happened. But what do you think? Bird hits, I mean 2 bird hits, because Kartik Malhotra, my colleague, was saying that considering it's very close to the abattoirs in Ahmedabad, it could be very, very a possibility that there were birds which actually, feed on the remnants of what the abattoirs offer, that it could have hit both the engines. Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath, over to you.
Yes, very, very tragic accident. What Kartik was saying is a very, very high probability. Ahmedabad has got large number of uncontrolled abattoirs where animal waste is thrown out in an uncontrolled, untreated manner. Though local municipality has tried their best for last some years, either to close them down or at least to ensure that they throw away their leftovers in a scientific manner, that is not happening. The very fact the aircraft reached a height of 625 feet shows that till that moment, till some critical point, both the engines were working normally. The pilot, before a certain time period, then he makes a mayday call. Definitely a pilot making a mayday call means something has happened in last 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. What could have gone wrong? It is quite possible that a bird hit has taken place. Ahmedabad and some other airfields in India also are very, very bird hit prone. What normally happens that the bird hits a part of aircraft which is not very critical. Say it hits the body of the aircraft, it hits some non-critical part of the plane, wings, rudders, or a non-critical part of the vertical stabilizer. Now, in this case, it appears that the bird has gone into the engine. Ahmedabad, if you look around, you'll at any time of the day, especially during hot afternoons, these birds, they soar up to a height of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet. Vultures and such like birds, they weigh quite a bit. They weigh about 2.5 kg to 3.5 kg sometimes. And each vulture, if ingested into the engine, is capable of causing severe damage. 2 vultures or 2 birds getting sucked into both the engines simultaneously, that is a very, very rare eventuality. But it appears that today something like this has happened, that both the engines have lost power simultaneously.
Group Captain Devnath, you make a very intriguing point, and I would like to go to Captain Sham Kumar, who's also joined us, who's an aviation expert. Birds getting sucked into the engine. Captain Sham Kumar, for lame people like me, that seems like an improbability or something which is really very surprising. All right, we seem to have lost contact with Captain Sham Kumar. So let me go back to you, or rather come to you. Group Captain Devnath, please explain and decode what does it mean when these so-called, birds which are there hovering around because of abattoirs, they get sucked into the engines.
Yes, you see what happens. The probability of one lone bird it hitting an aircraft is very low. But in this month, May, June, July, during summer months, you will find not one, two, 10. Sometimes there are flocks of birds which are hovering around with the number of birds in each flock exceeding 100, sometimes 200, and they fly in close vicinity of each other. If the pilot is happy, is lucky, if the passengers are lucky, then birds may hit the aircraft, but they may hit the body of the aircraft. But in this instance, it appears that the bird has hit the engine. Now, once a bird goes inside the engine, normally we use the terminology suck in, because see, any jet engine, it sucks in air from the front, burns it, and then it pushes out air, hot gases from the rear. So suppose one bird gets ingested into the engine, it damages the compressor blades. There are stator blades which are static. There are rotor blades which are rotating at very high RPM. So this bird, when it goes inside, it ruptures those rotating parts of the engine. And if it is a big bird, then it does cause sufficient damage so that the engine stops functioning. I'll give you an example. If it is a small bird weighing just about 500 gram or 1 kg, then the engine may survive through this impact and still continue to generate some residual thrust. In that case, the pilot comes to know that his RPM has fallen. Then he takes permission from ATC quickly and declares a pan or mayday call and comes back and lands. But in this instance, it appears that both the birds were huge, maybe weighing 3.5 kg each. And
All
when
right.
they went inside the engine, they caused so much damage that the engine stopped producing adequate thrust to keep the aircraft in a level flight.
All right, Group
Yes.
Captain, do stay with us, and thank you so much for decoding this for us. But my colleague Samya Kapoor has also joined us from the newsroom. Samya, considering that, the plane crash happened in and around residential colony, what is it that you're picking up on the ground? I mean, what do we know so far? We played a lot of visuals, and of course the BJ Medical College, which is one of the best and very well-known hospitals and also colleges in Ahmedabad, that seems to have been impacted. But other than that, I'm getting a lot of queries. Considering the crash happened, like I said, in and around a residential colony, what is the the quantum of damage that we are getting to know, or do we even know as of now, considering most of it is in the realm of speculation? Samya.
Well, as far as this tragic crash is concerned, the first alarm was raised around 1:39 to 1:40 p.m. this afternoon. But as I speak to you around 5:30 right now, it's still early to ascertain the extent of the damage or the number of deaths and casualties reported, both from the plane air crash and also from the crash that took place at that particular BJ Medical Hospital. Now, what we are given to understand is that the plane crashed into the dining area where there were several students seated already. Many of them were rescued. They managed to run away, but some may have been feared trap as well. We did have a number of 20 deaths that were reported from the BJ Medical Hospital, but we will have to wait for the official confirmation that will be issued by the state government. Having said that, like you mentioned, there are several visuals that are coming in right now, which only goes on to confirm that all efforts are being made to ensure that rescue operations are on a quick pace right now, with the government from the center and from the state, all of them rushing to the crash site to ensure that there's no, stone left unturned, if that is at all any areas of concern pertaining to rescue operations, if there are any way by which they can rescue the trapped students from the BJ Medical Hospital hostel, that can also be done in the process. But what we can tell you right now is that several people from across the world reacting to this tragic Ahmedabad, the London air crash that took place in Ahmedabad. Right now we do have a tweet coming in from Anthony Albanese, where he has also put out a statement saying that the news of the passenger plane crash in Ahmedabad is absolutely devastating. In this time of tragedy, Australia's thoughts are with everyone affected. Our government is receiving regular updates and we will continue to monitor the situation today closely. Now, there are several questions being raised about the safety of the Boeing as well, whether this was the first ever air crash that took place. But what information we're getting to you right now is very pertinent, is that this is not the first technical error of the Air India 7878 Dreamliner. In the last few days, on 7th June, AI-143 from Delhi to Paris had landed at Sharjah due to electrical error, and burning smell was also being felt in the cabin. It was due to the excellent judgment of the pilot that they managed to safely return to Delhi after initial repair. There have been issues that has occurred time and again. Though the Boeing had maintained that the flights, the aircrafts were fit to fly, but there were concerns, there were areas of errors that were noted not only by the crew members but also by the passengers. There are testimonies
Sorry
of the
to
passengers.
interject in this fashion, but we have a sound bite from Randhir Jaiswal, spokesperson for the MEA. Let's listen into him and then I get back to this debate.
So Ayushi, first your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we are once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones.
एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं। मैं भी यहां से अभी निकल रहा हूं। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है। उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, डीजीसीए थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहां पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना, यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहां पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी वहां पे इंजर्ड है, उनको बाहर निकालना है, उनको इमरजेंसी में मदद करना है। तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम अभी जुड़ी है, हम वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं।
Right now on your screens, those are fresh visuals. We are live as of now on News9 with the details of the horrific air disaster in Ahmedabad. A London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members crashed into a medical college hostel minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport this afternoon. Visuals on your screen of the tragedy which unfolded this afternoon in a London-bound flight from Ahmedabad to London. Visuals captured on mobile cameras show the aircraft losing altitude rapidly and crashing in a ball of fire, and you see an inferno actually. There were 169 Indians on board, 53 British, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese on board the Air India flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. Plumes of thick black smoke spiraled up in the air soon after, and ambulances and firefighting teams raced to the spot. Let me also tell you that most of those who were injured were rushed to the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, where News9 team is present. Let me now go across to Yash Bhavnani, who is an eyewitness to the entire tragedy which unfolded this afternoon so far as the flight is concerned, which was Ahmedabad London bound. Yash, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Can you hear me?
हाँ जी आ रही है
बताइए क्या कुछ आपने देखा आज दोपहर को जो ये हुआ, उससे पहले कहाँ थे आप यश?
मैं एक्चुअली तब तो घर ही था जब ये सब इंसिडेंट हुआ था, और फिर जब न्यूज पे मैंने सुना, अपने दोस्तों से सुना, उसके बाद मैंने रिएक्ट किया कि मैं आसपास से, क्योंकि मेरे घर के बहुत ही नजदीक है ये जो इंसिडेंट हुआ है एयरपोर्ट के, तो एक्चुअली फिर उसके बाद हम लोग ने सोचा कि हम लोग यहाँ पर हम फ्रेंड्स थोड़े से हेल्प करने आएंगे, तो मैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल के बाहर ही खड़ा हूँ अभी, और बहुत सारी एम्बुलेंस अभी हाल फिलहाल अंदर जा रही है, और बहुत सारे एयर भीड़ यहाँ पर इकट्ठी हो गई है। RAF की टीम भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है जो हेल्प में यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है।
काफी सायरन्स की आवाज सुनाई दे रही। यश बताइए, आपके घर के पास ये हादसा हुआ, तब आप बताइए कि आपको कुछ दिखा? आपके जो नेबर्स हैं, पड़ोसी हैं, उन्होंने क्या देखा कि धुआं ऊपर उठ रहा है आसमान की तरफ, कुछ आवाजें हुई होंगी, बड़ी तेज आवाजें वगैरह, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए यश भवनानी।
नहीं, आवाज तो नहीं आई थी, लेकिन बहुत सारा धुआं जरूर था। यहाँ हमने देखा था हमारे टेरेस से, वहां पर देखने जा रहा, क्योंकि तो नजदीक है, तो हमने ये चीज तो देखी थी कि धुआं ऊपर उठा हुआ है। उसके बाद जब न्यूज में देखा तो उसके बाद पता चला था कि इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया।
जी यश, ये बताइए कि ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जैसे हादसा हुआ वहां फायर फाइटर्स तुरंत पहुंच गए, 3 से 6 टीमें, आपने देखा उन्हें? यश, उनके बारे में बताइए।
हाँ जी, उनकी सारी टीमें भी आ चुकी है, और क्या बोलते हैं, ये जो फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स की टीमें थी यहाँ पर, RAF और आर्मी टीम भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जिससे सबको हेल्प मिल सके। बड़ौदा से भी सारे फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर की 6 टीम्स यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर राहत सी महसूस हो रही है लोगों को। और लोगों में इतना जो अफरा तफरी थी, वो उसके कारण जहाँ पर हमें पहुंचना था, जहाँ पर हमें एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन थी, वहां पर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। एग्जैक्टली आर्मी वहां पर अंदर एंटर नहीं होने देने जा रही है।
जी यश, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका कि आप हमारे साथ जुड़े। दैट वाज यश भवनानी, एन आई विटनेस, एंड द ट्रेजेडी अनफोल्डेड वेरी क्लोज टू हिज होम, एंड राइट नाउ ही इज एट in front of the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital trying to help those who may have been injured. Let me now go back to Group Captain Uttam Kumar Devnath, who's an aviation expert. I want to ask you, Group Captain Devnath, that considering the 2 engines would have been full of fuel, I mean, one can only horrifically imagine the level of the Inferno which may have gone up from the floor upwards towards the sky. Tell us a little bit of that, considering you have such vast experience, Group Captain.
Yes, it is very, very sad thing to narrate, but since we all have undergone certain amount of training in this regard, see what happens. Exact details will come out once the black box is recovered. That will give the exact engine parameters, the speed, height of the aircraft, rate of descent, forward velocity, and exactly what appears here. What we can see that aircraft has impacted the ground in a high nose-up attitude. And one thing which is very clear from the video is that the tail portion got stuck in a high-rise building. And then the aircraft front portion went ahead and hit the ground and caught fire. Normally, when aviation turbine fuel burns, the temperature, as which we can see here, black smoke, temperature goes up to 550 degrees centigrade it can attain while burning like this. In addition, what happens that the other inflammable material like plastics or chemicals on board, they also catch fire. In extreme cases, sometimes even the aluminum part starts burning, like we have seen metal burning inside Diwali crackers or Diwali fuljaris. In that case, the temperature goes beyond 1000 up to 1400 degrees centigrade. It is very sad thing to see. I hope that the cockpit voice recorder, which records the exchange of sound bites between captain of the aircraft and the co-pilot, is recovered, and that this extreme heat has not caused any damage to the black box or black box. I must tell viewers that it is a digital flight data recorder. It is designed in a manner to withstand all these high temperatures. Similarly, if CVR is recovered, that will give an idea about what were the voice commands being exchanged between captain and the co-pilot at that time. Another indication will be the pilot was in contact with air traffic control. All ATCs have long recording tape recorders. Which
I wanted to ask you about that, I wanted to, I'm sorry to interject, but I wanted to ask you that, Group Captain Devnath, is that apparently the pilot gave and made a call, and the ATC, when it tried to kind of contact the aircraft, there was no response. I mean, that radio silence is very eerie. Is very eerie, Group Captain Devnath. I don't know what must have happened that after giving a mayday call, which is given under a lot of distress, maydia, which actually means help me, correct me if I'm wrong. After getting that, the ATC just could not get back in touch with the pilot, as it were.
You see, the purpose of we all pilots are trained right in there during their initial training itself, when they are student pilots, that in case there is any emergency, onboard emergency, or aircraft is in distress, then they are supposed to make this call. Mayday, mayday, mayday on that particular channel. Say this, if this channel is channel 1, what happens that after that air traffic control is supposed to the controller is supposed to concentrate all his mind on this particular aircraft. And it is also an indication for all the other pilots in the vicinity of the aerodrome to keep quiet, so that air traffic control can pass instructions to that aircraft. Now, when a mayday call is made, in this case, we can see by the time the pilot made the mayday call, now he is immediately engrossed with how to recover the aircraft or how to extinguish the fire. So probably bird hit has taken place. He knows that he has to go and make impact with the ground. We can see the undercarriage of the aircraft down. That is selected down many times by the pilot. They are trained to do so when they feel that the aircraft may impact the ground. The undercarriage is lowered so that the initial part of the impact is absorbed by the undercarriage. But what happens, this was an act emergency. So probably immediately after making the mayday call, their entire attention was how to revive the engine. There is a procedure by which, if the engine is winding down, this is the slang we use. If there is a bird hit, obviously the engine from 100% RPM will fall to 90% RPM, 70% RPM, 60% RPM, and very low RPM. So pilot was probably busy trying to restart the engine.
Right.
Though there is no time available here to restart the engine, he had to just go and plonk the aircraft on whichever clear patch he could find in those few seconds.
All right.
Yes.
And also my colleague Samya Kapoor is still there with us, speaking to us from the newsroom. Samya, you were talking about, when I interjected you and we were getting breaking news about Home Minister Amit Shah, that this isn't the first time. In the recent past, there was one electrical error which was also reported on a flight bound from Delhi to Paris.
Well, absolutely, and this is exactly the information we're bringing over here. It's important, it's pertinent to note over here that Boeing has been facing difficulty, has been facing operational issues, which has turned out to be safety hazard in this particular case today. But I can take you back to that information that we were sharing with our viewers right now, is that this wasn't the first time around that this has happened. It was only in June that similar situation had been witnessed, and the flight had to be taken from Delhi to Paris for that matter, where they had faced a technical snag and a burning smell, and the pilot had the presence of mind to take the decision at the right point in time. What we are waiting to see is that to find the exact cause of this crash, whether it was a bird hit, was it a case where the tail of the aircraft had hit against a tree. What exactly was the issue that led to this devastating plane crash? We will find out about all of that and several other inquiries, investigation already been ordered in this particular aircraft. We have to wait and see how we will be going further with this.
Yeah, I also want you to focus on, the thing is that as of now, from our various bureaus, considering that we have bureaus all over India, what is the vital information that we are gathering? Of course, our colleague Niru is at the civil hospital, but other than that, if you have to break it down in 3 important points, Samya, what is it that the viewers should know right now, hours after the plane crash?
Well, like I told you, it was around 1:39 to 1:40 when the plane crash actually took place, and the rescue operations have been pressed upon right now. Those visuals are on our screens right now. It is at the crash site, also at the BJ Medical College Hospital hostel, where several students have feared dead. What the confirmation we can get you right now is that there were several people on board. There were 230 passengers, 10 crew members and 2 pilots, and all of them have been feared dead. There are no survivors is what we can tell you right now. Absolutely tragic episode. This is one of the most devastating air crashes that India has witnessed so far. Not only did the passengers not survive who were on board that particular aircraft going from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, but even the students who were present at the BJ Medical College hostel, many of them have also been feared dead so far. We are bringing to you this particular exclusive information that we have just gotten, that there seems to be no survivors of those 242 passengers who were on board the 787 Dreamliner that crashed near the Ahmedabad airport.
What a tragedy that is, Samya Kapoor, who just was reporting from the newsroom. No survivors on the Ahmedabad Gatwick flight which crashed this afternoon in Ahmedabad. 242 feared dead, 169 Indian, 53 British, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese nationals. There you see on your screens right now Amit Shah, who's leaving for Ahmedabad after this great tragedy unfolded in Ahmedabad. 242 feared dead, one of the worst tragedies ever in the history of civil aviation in India. And also, like my colleague Samya Kapoor was reporting, she said that even as the plane crashed into the BG Medical Hospital and College, there also some students have been feared dead. According to Samya Kapoor, with an exclusive information that she was actually giving out to the viewers of News9, these students were apparently in the dining room, perhaps waiting to eat their lunch. This was afternoon at around 1:30ish, and they have also been feared dead. Some locals have also been feared dead. Breaking news on your screens right now. No survivors in the plane crash. 242. There appears to be no survivors. City Police Commissioner is saying from Ahmedabad some locals may have also lost their lives in this tragedy. Exact casualties are being ascertained, but no survivors. That's for sure. Official confirmation coming from the top cop. Let me now go across to Samya Kapoor for more on this. Samya, what a great tragedy this is. This is devastating news coming now. We have it on the screen after you confirmed it for the viewers of News9. No survivors in the plane crash, but I would like you to concentrate. 242, of course, passengers on board. A big tragedy. But what about those students who are perhaps getting ready to eat lunch at the BJ Medical College and Hostel? Samya Kapoor.
Well, that is a big breaking news that we are bringing to our viewers at this point in time, that there are no survivors of those 242 passengers who were on board. 230 passengers, of them 52 were British nationals as well. There were other foreign nationals present as well. There were infants, crew members, pilots, all of them perished in thin air. Those visuals that we are playing out on our screens right now, time and again, which shows how the flight, the aircraft went into flames, left very little to imagination when it came to whether there are going to be any survivors or not. Of course, the government has not revealed the real numbers so far, because they are also saying that there could be a case where several local residents who may have come in the way of this crash may have also lost their lives. So the final number of deaths, the casualties, that has not been revealed as yet by the government. They are still going through the process of ascertaining the extent of deaths and damage that has taken place because of the Ahmedabad-London air flight crash. What we can get to at this point in time is that unfortunate that the Ahmedabad-London Gatwick flight that the world is talking about. World leaders have taken to social media to express their concern, their condolences, and they stand with India in this hour of crisis. The Prime Minister has also put out a statement saying that all possible help will be rendered to the family members of those who are going through a terrible time right now. But what we can tell you is that the Home Minister has already rushed to Ahmedabad right now, where he is taking stock of all the developments that have taken place since the afternoon. He has spoken to the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He has also spoken to the DGP, the Home Minister. The NDRF, SDRF have also pressed in all their teams for the rescue operations to be carried out. Unfortunate again right now that I would like to underline is that the former Gujarat Chief Minister, Vijay Rupani, was also on board this particular flight, although their family members have not confirmed. But if we are to believe that 242 passengers have not survived, then unfortunate is that the former Chief Minister of Gujarat is no more. But we shall wait for the family to put forth that statement before we put that out. We had confirmed that he was a passenger number 12 on this fateful flight, and tragic as it is, all those 242 passengers have lost their life. No survivors there. That is the big breaking news that we're getting you at this point in time. World over.
What a tragedy this is. What a great tragedy this is. Devastating news coming in, and let me go to the group captain. Group captain, what a great tragedy. One of the worst tragedies ever in civil aviation, if one were to say, as it were. I want a reaction from you. You know, what seemed like that, you know, that both the engines apparently had failed, whether it's a bird hit. Of course, all that will be ascertained later, like you said, once we have the black box in possession and the readings on it. But as of now, the mourning, the nation as well as the world mourns the deaths of these 242 passengers on board the Ahmedabad-London air crash.
Yes, I had almost 34 years of experience in Indian Air Force, have seen many crashes, but this by and large, by far the biggest and most sad is the word. But see, we are trained to quickly recover and think about what to do now. Obviously, there are no survivors, it appears. It has been declared. So we move on to the next part of sad part of administration, which is rehabilitation of all the people around that area. It appears that sufficient, the large amount of damage has taken place on ground also. So anyone who is injured on ground, he will be taken to hospital by city and municipal administration to give first aid and other medical aid. The aviation authorities will definitely zero in now by tonight onto it is their job. You know, sometimes it looks that they are very people who don't show emotion. Especially the crash investigation board members have got no time to show their emotions. Their job is now absolutely cut out, that they have to go to the site, try and recover the digital flight recorder and cockpit voice recorder, and they will also go to the air traffic control to take possession of the tape recorder in which last minute exchange of voice communication has taken place. You see what happens, there are certain legal implications also. Human tragedy has taken place. So the Boeing company, they will also send their reps to India because their reputation is also at stake. Boeing will definitely like to know exactly what caused their Dreamliner aircraft accident like this. They will definitely land up in another 8 or 10 hours in India. And as per IATA regulations, it is necessary that they are given protocol is that the OEM, the manufacturer of the plane is given all the access to all the debris and other recording devices. Another big decision which DGCA will have to take by tonight, what to do with the remaining aircraft. Sometimes it appears that probably the accident took place because of some basic design fault. That does not appear to be the case in this case. But sometimes it may be so that it appears that the particular component had some design faults. In that case, the entire fleet is grounded for next 12 hours, 24 hours till the time each component on that particular component on the other aircraft are investigated. That is not the case in this case. Boeing 787 Dreamliner is a highly reliable aircraft. So DGCA also will have to ensure that all the people fatalities which have taken place, they are officially announced. Right now, what happens? Whatever list is coming out, it is informal list, but legal implications state that DGCA must quickly come out with an official list of passengers. Large number of fatals have taken place. Many people will like to follow up tomorrow because their near and dear ones have gone. In my 34 years service in Indian Air Force, I have seen such accidents taking place at least 10 or
लाया गया है, जिन्हें श्रेष्ठ सारवार दी जा रही है। जो सगे हैं, नजदीक के सगे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग की व्यवस्था हम लोगों ने बीजे मेडिकल कॉलेज के कसौटी भवन में की है। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, जिसमें खास तौर पे माता पिता अथवा उनके पुत्र पुत्री नजदीक के सगाओं में होते हैं, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप डीएनए सैंपल के लिए कसौटी भवन में बनी हुई व्यवस्था पर अपने सैंपल दें, ताकि दुर्घटना के जो विक्टिम है उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन जल्दी से हो सके। प्लेन के जो मुसाफिर हैं, उनके रिलेटिव और बाकी जो इजा होके घायल होके सिविल हॉस्पिटल आए हैं, उनके सगे संबंधियों को अगर किसी भी तरह की पूछताछ करनी है, ज्यादा माहिती की जरूरत है, तो उसके लिए सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद ने 2 हेल्पलाइन नंबर शुरू किए हैं। एक नंबर है 63 57 37 38 31 एवं दूसरा नंबर है 63 57 37 38 41। इन 2 नंबर पे आप माहिती के लिए संपर्क कर सकते हैं। प्लेन के जो पैसेंजर थे, उनके सगे संबंधियों के लिए मेडिकल कॉलेज बिल्डिंग में मैं आपको इंग्लिश में, अगर आप में से चाहते हैं।
All right, so there you have information about DNA samples which have to be collected now so that there can be identification of those who lost their lives in this terrible crash which was bound to London from Ahmedabad. The tragedy which unfolded this afternoon, now it's been confirmed that 242 passengers on board this 787 Dreamliner are all feared dead, and also there have been some local deaths as well. And as you could see, an official was there speaking about how DNA samples will be collected and it shall be made easy for those who are grieving, relatives and kin of those who have lost their relatives in these great tragedies. These are the live visuals, rescue and rehabilitation of ambulances and also bulldozers. There you see that how the debris now has to be cleared to see to it that the next steps are taken after this devastating tragedy. on the screen right now of rescue and rehabilitation. Of course, we have very tragic news. 242 people on board are feared dead, which also includes former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. And now the officials are saying that DNA collections will happen. The samples will be collected so that the identification of the deceased can be ascertained. A terrible, tragic tragedy. Let's listen in to MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal's reaction on this terrible, devastating tragedy.
So, Ayushi, first, your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we are once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones.
एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे। मैं भी यहां से अभी निकल रहा हूं। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है। उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, डीजीसीए थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहां पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना, यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहां पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी बाहर निकालने तो मदद कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम
And we like latest details on 142 people on board the aircraft are feared. No official word on it yet. The London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which was carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members. It crashed into the BJ Medical College hostel in Ahmedabad minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport. Visuals on your screens are those which are captured by mobile cameras, which showed the aircraft losing altitude rapidly and crashing in a ball of fire. 169 Indians were on board, apart from 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national and 7 Portuguese nationals as well. We have Samia Kapoor joining us from the newsroom with the latest. Samia, at this stage, we do know that a rescue crash.
News that we're bringing to our viewers at this point in time. This is the big breaking news. People were hoping against hope that there are going to be survivors, but like we are playing out those visuals on the screens, which shows how the flight took off, and in a matter of minutes it blew into a huge ball of fire. It appears that all 242 passengers have perished. No survivors from that Ahmedabad to London Gatwick flight. Absolutely tragic, and that is not where the death toll ends. Unfortunately, the plane went and crashed into a medical college hostel, and the local administration is still trying to ascertain the number of deaths at that medical college hostel as well, because there were several students at the dining area who were feared trapped. There were reports of 20 students who have died as well. The final numbers are yet to be put forth by the government. They are going through the process of ascertaining facts. The rescue operations are in full swing. We are playing out all those visuals. Tragic, as several family members are right now coming to terms with the fact that those who boarded the flight from Ahmedabad for London have not survived. They are no more. And unfortunately, it was the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who was passenger number 12 on that particular flight. He too may not have survived, although we are waiting for the family to put forth a statement. But what we can tell you at this point in time is that the Home Minister, Amit Shah, has rushed to Ahmedabad right now. The Prime Minister has been constantly in touch with all the authorities and agencies who have been pressed upon for this particular rescue operations. NDRF team, SDRF team are all in action, and world leaders have also put forth a statement standing with India in this hour of grief and crisis. We've seen Keir Starmer to Anthony Albanese and several other leaders who have tweeted saying that they stand with India. There is the UK British High Commission who has put out a helpline number. There were 52 British nationals on board that particular flight. Out of the 242 passengers, remember, 230 were passengers alone, 10 were the crew members and 2 others were the pilots. That is the final numbers that we are telling our viewers right now. And amongst them were several foreign nationals, infant, women, all of them perished in thin air. Absolutely tragic. Tragedy that unfolded at the Ahmedabad airport today, minutes after the takeoff. We are yet to ascertain whether it's a case of a bird hit or a case of the aircraft tail that may have collided against a building or a tree while taking off. We do not exactly know, but this is not the first time around that we are hearing about areas of concern that were flagged as far as Boeing is concerned. We do have information that only in the last few days itself, where 7878 Dreamliner on 7th June from Delhi to Paris had landed in Sharjah due to an electrical error, where the pilot also came across some burning smell in the cabin. It was his presence of mind and quick thinking and the immediate decision that he took to land the flight safely at Sharjah instead. So there have been concerns surrounding Boeing. Of course, it's not been fatal, the manner in which we are witnessing today. Unfortunate, horrific tragedy over there that has unfolded. It has the entire nation and the world leaders standing with India and mourning the deaths of 242 passengers.
Samya Kapoor is joining us with the latest as we continue to bring you the latest pictures and the details as well. As you can see on your screens, it's the visuals of the family members who've reached the hospitals, family members who are fearing the worst, that they've lost their loved ones. Family members have been asked to reach hospitals and give their the DNA and give samples so that the DNA testing can be done to identify the deceased. Visuals now on your screens are of the BJ Medical College Hostel building and the surrounding areas where the flight crashed. We have Captain Ehsan Khalid, aviation expert. We have Captain S.S. Panisar, aviation expert and ex-director flight safety, Indian Airlines, joining us. Let me first take this across to Captain Ehsan Khalid, aviation expert, who's with us. Captain Ehsan Khalid, right now we don't have a confirmation on what exactly caused this crash. Was it a bird hit? Was it a case of the tail of the aircraft, clashing against a tree or on its takeoff? But help us understand this. From the visuals, from the data, from the facts that we have, the flight upon takeoff, probably less than a minute, under takeoff, there was a problem. And that is the reason why, if you see the way it crashed, it had no altitude. It was just 625 feet in air, when the crash happened.
Yeah, very tragic accident, and very difficult to say what exactly happened in the cockpit at that point of time. But we surely know that the pilot identified the problem and initiated a mayday call. Mayday call is initiated when the pilot, in his wisdom, knows and understands that there is grave danger to the aircraft and occupant. That being said, the pilot was trying to thereafter continue with the flight. That means he was already past that point, the decision point that he could have discontinued the takeoff. I am not aware whether the mayday call was given once the aircraft was airborne or when the aircraft was on ground. So coming back to the flight, that we see that it is losing height. That is a condition when the aircraft speed is not sufficient to sustain a flight. If you see, the pilot is actually pitching the nose up to keep the aircraft into flight state, which is not happening. The only reason for this is that the speed is less for that particular flight condition. Why the speed is less? Is it because of loss of engine failure, loss of engine power? Was the loss on both the engines? Was the loss on single engine power? Because this aircraft is designed to fly perfectly fine on a single engine power. So, in all probabilities, there was loss of power on both engines. Why the loss of power on both engines? It could be because of any technical issue, which is very, very, very unlikely and rare. But could it be because of burst ingestion on the both engines, like Captain Sully in Hudson River Bay? Both the engine power is lost. The landing gear is down. That indicates that fine, the aircraft has lost power on both the engines. That could be one reason. And the pilot is committed to go ahead and make a touchdown and reduce the kind of damage that would have happened with landing gear up. In my humble submission, it appears that there was a technical fault that was identified. What actions pilot took, was that action as per the requirement of the phase of the flight? I have no idea to it. Because there is no aircraft, no pilot, no aircraft manufacturer who trains their pilot to counter both engine power loss. The second thing is that at a particular speed, if the flight configuration is not right, that means, let's say the aircraft is flying at 150 knots and it is supposed to have a flap of 5 degrees. And if it is not 5 degrees, then for the same speed, the aircraft is actually slow and it will not be able to maintain the flight. Looks to be very unlikely in this particular case, because the pilot is totally in control of the aircraft and trying to control the aircraft, and it is descending. I hate to say this, but looks like that the power on both the engines have been compromised. Reason of it will only be told when you have a digital flight data recorder and the CVR along with the ACARs and transcripts from the ATC is all merged together, taken to the lab, downloaded, analyzed. We will come to know as to what happened. In the meanwhile, condolence to everyone who have lost their near and dear ones on this. For the pilot community, it will keep baffling us, because it is something which is totally unprecedented. We can't put things together as to what happened actually.
Why would you say that, Captain Ehsan Khalid? Captain Ehsan Khalid, why is it unprecedented? As far as the Boeing 787 Dreamliner itself is concerned, it's not an aircraft that's prone to crashes. It has a fairly solid record, isn't it?
Yeah, it is unprecedented, and for me as a pilot and instructor examiner on various types of aircraft, I am not able to guesstimate why the landing gear is down.
Captain Ehsan Khalid,
aircraft that has
is it a possibility that if this is a good aircraft, fundamentally speaking, but if it is an aircraft which wasn't maintained properly and was not in the best of conditions, and then that could have led to the technical glitch that led to this crash?
No, you see, what you're talking about is a matter of investigation. I am not able to put together why the landing gear is down. Landing gear for an aircraft that climbed to 625 feet should have been up. I don't see any visual where the landing gear is coming down after it was selected. And it is a very, 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 very baffling situation. landing gear should have been up, unless there is loss of both engine or pump. Then the pilot will just, it's like, they knew that there is no way that it's going to. They were probably trying to restart the engine or something. Landing gear being down is an indication that there was something that happened out of the book. It was not in the book. It was not something for which the pilot was trained for. And what was it? I don't know. But any pilot that you ask, take off, positive rate, gear up. Engine failure, positive rate, gear up. Engine fire, positive rate, gear up. Why will the gear be down? I don't know.
Okay.
And so it is a difficult scenario. There could be some mix-up of even calls, etc. But part of investigation, and let's hope that this is something that we learn out of it, and something like this is never.
Stay with us. Stay with us. We also have former Aviation Minister Praful Patel speaking on the matter. Let's quickly listen in.
Such an accident has taken place. Our condolences to the victims and their families, and I pray, I hope any survivors are there for their speedy recovery. Having said that, India's aviation sector is a very safe sector, being managed very well. Our DGCA and all other safety protocols are absolutely as good as anywhere else in the world, and so do the airlines also, like Air India, Indigo or other airlines also follow very good safety protocols. So I don't think there is any reason to worry about India's aviation sector. However, this accident, how and why it took place is a very, surprising thing, because the 787 Dreamliner is a very technically advanced aircraft. There are thousands of Dreamliners flying all over the world by many airlines, and there is no reason to doubt about the aircraft itself. Now, if the accident has taken place, only the black box will reveal what is the real reason why it went wrong. The captain did give a mayday call, but we must also remember that the aircraft flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Obviously, there was no snag. Otherwise, the captain would not have decided to fly from Ahmedabad to London, which is a very long flight. And there is absolutely, no reason to even consider, because the pilot would have done pre-flight checks on flight check, and between the captain and the second in command, they do all the checks to ascertain whether the plane is flyworthy. So in this case, for a 9.5-hour flight, everything was in place. What went wrong, only an investigation can reveal.
Do you think there was a breach?
Right, now we have Captain S.S. Panesar, aviation expert, joining us. Captain S.S. Panesar, it is baffling, one and all, isn't it, as what exactly could have gone wrong? Can you tell us your first observations when you saw the footage, the way that aircraft crashed?
Well, let me tell you at the outset, we are sorry to know this crash. Very sad thing. Particularly the most modern aircraft, and the pilot announced the mayday. That means the control of aircraft getting beyond his own control, beyond his own training facility, what he has gained it. That means something serious, either with the engines that failed, or we cannot anticipate right now, unless we get the digital flight data recorder reading or cockpit voice recording reading. Only then we can decide about the technical failure and all that. Pilot when get airborne, he gets a positive rate of climb on the the vertical speed indicator to tell the aircraft is airborne. Then he takes the gear up. And gear going up and getting locked up, it takes few seconds. It is not that immediately put the lever on, the gear is up and all that. It takes time. And during that time, when the engine fail and all that, it becomes difficult for the aircraft to climb. And how was the loading done? We don't know. Sometimes the traffic people do overloading also. We don't know. That only investigation report. But I only wish they should have, at this the high time, they should have a judicial inquiry. The DGCA does not have expertise in investigating a high-tech aircraft technology. In the past, many incidents have happened where the reports are just made, they cover up operation. If I tell you the report, you'll start laughing at those reports which they have done it. And they given 800 pages, 900 pages, useless pages, no proper investigation. This is the time, high time, we should have a judicial inquiry, involve all the professionals, because they do in-house inquiry, they don't invite the professional's opinion. In a judicial inquiry, any person can file an affidavit and give a statement. So it is time we should have inquiry to stop such recurrence. It's a very sad thing. They say it's a very, unfortunately, I don't know whether the pilots are alive or not. If they are alive, they can also put some more impetus to the inquiry. Normally, DGCA, when the pilots die, they put the whole blame on the pilot because he's not there to answer back. But the question is, now we have to go through but the technical details. The digital flight data record more than 200 parameters of this aircraft. And then he must be carrying about 11 hours of fuel, maybe more than 40,000 kgs, 40 tons. And to extinguish that fire in the public area, how much firefighting capability of the city there also has to be considered. But the very fact is not Mayday, that means the aircraft was going out of control from his own capability. I don't doubt the training of the pilot. They are trained for all emergencies. But that means this is something has happened beyond his control that he could not control it. In such case, only the pilot is issued Mayday signal. Normally, they don't give Mayday signal. So it is only we have to wait before we speculate and all that, put blame on any person. We have to see the performance of the engine, which is the main person to take the aircraft up. How was the behavior of the engine? But most of the pilots are critical. If they don't write the snag, they are scared of the management, they take action if you write a snag. I don't know why this is happening. Now only we have to wait for the investigation. Let it be on the NTSB board. Call the Boeing people. They will not invite them because they want to do a cover-up operation of the investigation. I'm sorry to say that, but it is high time. There are few incidents have taken place in the near. You can look at the Korean crash where he landed with the gear. He could have saved all the passengers, even the aircraft could have been saved. But the training matters also. But in our people, Air India, there's no doubt about the good training they do. In Indigo, they have very good training staff and all that. But this is something very unnatural happening. Engine failure on takeoff. Both engines are single engine. I can tell you one day, even both engine failure pilots have landed safely. Look at the incident at New York. He took a 320, both the engines shut down because of the bird hit. He landed on the river, saved all the passengers in the aircraft. You see, all incidents are avoidable, but some are difficult, some are easy. But now we have to see what all has actually happened. And once the Mayday signal is issued, that means it was beyond the control of the pilot to control the emergency. We have to just wait and see the investigation.
Okay. Captain S.S. Panisa, stay with us as we continue to bring the latest visuals of family members on your screens right now who have lost their loved ones in this tragic crash. Some outside the hospital, some at their homes, all grieving this sudden loss. We have my colleague Samia Kapoor continuing to be with us from the newsroom. Samia, talk to us. What's the latest that you are getting at this moment?
Well, like we have been telling our viewers, there have been 242 passengers on board that Ahmedabad London Gatwick flight, and none of them have survived. There are definitely visuals coming in from across India, where several of the family members are mourning the death of their loved ones, the crew members, the passengers, and also the pilots. Remember, there were several others who were present over there were foreign nationals. Many of them were British nationals. There are several helpline numbers that we are flashing on our screens right now. There have been helplines that are put forth by the Civil Aviation Ministry, the Air India, and the British High Commission. What we can tell you right now is that the authorities have decided to carry out a DNA test to ascertain the identity of the death, because it is going to be an uphill task for them to be able to give the dead body to the family members who have been waiting with bated breath since the afternoon to get a news of their passengers with their family members who were on board that particular flight. Unfortunate that all of them have perished in thin air is what we've been told by the police over there, although the government has to make an official announcement about the number of deaths and the casualties that have been reported in this particular case. Remember, it wasn't just the crash, there were several casualties, particular medical hospital hostel where several students were going for their meal, probably at lunch, is where the flight crashed into. There were of students having escaped and many of them were rescued, but also reports of many, around 20 of them feared dead. We are waiting for the official data. We are repeating the fact that these data are all coming as per reports. The government is yet to issue official numbers, but absolutely tragic episode over there. The Home Minister has landed in Ahmedabad. He is in touch with the authorities and the Chief Minister. The DGP who had spoken to the Prime Minister has also got a hawk eye over this entire episode. So we are waiting to see whether at all the government is going to issue a statement by late this evening, because the family members from different parts of the country have decided to come to Ahmedabad to try and figure out how they can probably get their loved ones home. It looks a difficult task at hand for the agencies, because the manner in which the flight took off and we saw how it ran into a ball of fire, there's very little hope that there are going to be the dead bodies that can be given off to the family members. But the DNA test is what is being told by the authorities who are investigating this entire devastating crash.
Samya Kapoor there joining us with the latest from the newsroom. We have Captain expert continue to be with us here on the broadcaster. Captain SS Panesar, at this stage the question I have to ask you is this: both engines at this stage we can come to a conclusion that both the engines had failed, and that is the reason why it was a matter of minutes from takeoff, less than 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, a matter of 2-3 minutes within which this crash has happened. So that is for clear. What we don't know is that why those both the engines failed.
Well, I cannot give any reason for this, whether it's a maintenance problem or sometime bird hit problem. In New York, one aircraft took a 320, both the engine failed because the bird hits and all that. But he landed on the river bed and he saved all the passengers. Now we have to see whether both engines failed during takeoff. Aircraft was, how much was overload? He must be having 10 or 11 hours of fuel, more than 40 tons, which is a huge amount. And if it happened immediately after taking both engines failed, aircraft could not climb. And that's why it crashed. Now we have to only wait for the digital flight data recorder, which they call the black box, and a cockpit voice recorder. I am not sure whether the pilots are alive, and if they are alive, they can give more inputs to the investigation.
Captain SS Panesar there continue to be with us. So let's now quickly listen to what the Minister of State for Aviation had to say.
एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहां पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहां पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई और हमारे मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी वहां पे पहुंच रहे, मैं भी यहां से अभी निकल रहा हूं। तो अभी जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है, उसमें हमारे सेक्रेटरी थे, DGCA थे। तो एक्चुअली उसमें रीजन क्या है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज है, और वहाँ पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राह का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना यानी कि कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई, क्या हुआ है, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पहला मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि जो वहाँ पे लोग फंसे हैं, जो लोग अभी वहाँ पे इंजर्ड है, उनको बाहर निकालना है, उनको इमरजेंसी में मदद करना है। तो इसीलिए हमारी टीम अभी जुड़ी है, हम वहाँ पे पहुंचे।
Was the Minister of State for Aviation. We have Captain Ishan Khalid, aviation expert, with us on the broadcast. Captain Ishan Khalid, at this stage, what we don't know is what exactly caused both those engines to fail, but it looks like that is for now, even before any more fresh details could emerge and we can understand what exactly went on from the black box, that it is certainly a case of both engines failing. And yet there have been previous instances in history when both engines have failed and when pilots have still managed to make a safe landing. What tell us what is the reason why, despite both engines failing and there's a possibility of making a safe landing, this one could not make it?
Okay, once what you said that both engines failed is a hypothesis and most likely reason for this particular crash. When the both engine fails, then it is a call of destiny, because Captain Sully, when he lost both engines, by the providence he had Hudson River, which is almost like a sea, on which he could go ahead and land the aircraft. In this case, the aircraft would travel only this much of distance. It is not on the ability of the pilot to even travel 50 meters ahead of where the aircraft was destined to go. There is no aircraft, no manufacturer, no airline who can train the pilot for controlling the aircraft to a controlled landing after both engines fail. And such an event is so rare that it is very difficult to even call that this could have happened. Why this could have happened is because maybe you had a big flock of birds and they went and got ingested. How big that flock of birds should be, because a wide body aircraft, it's not Airbus 320, they are further 50 feet apart engines. But both engine loss is a situation, because in this aircraft that you see, the landing gear is down. Landing gear is down is not something that should have been there at this stage of flight. Aircraft gets airborne, and the first thing that the pilot does is take the landing gear out. Okay. In case of engine failure, positive rate, the first thing the pilot does is landing gear up. In case of engine fire, the first thing the pilot does is landing gear up. So here the landing gear is not up. That means there is something that has happened which is totally out of the book that the pilot wasn't trained for. And the landing gear is down only in very, very, very few conditions where you keep the landing gear down to minimize the impact of the ground. That means, did they know that they will impact the ground with whatever mayday call that they had raised, is a question that I cannot answer now. Definitely, pilot were presented the data of failure, and that is why they gave a mayday.
Right. Captain Ishan Khalid, stay with us. We have Captain S.S. Panesar also now joining us, and he wants to make a point. Captain S.S. Panesar, please go ahead. Captain S.S. Panesar. Right, we've just lost that line with him. We will try and reconnect with him, but in the meanwhile, we're bringing you the latest visuals and we are getting you the latest expert take on what possibly went wrong in this air tragedy in Ahmedabad. The aircraft crashing after reaching an altitude of just 625 feet. We understand that 2 NDRF teams are on the site. And so far, police have said that there have been no survivors in this crash. But we also have details on those who were injured as well, because it crashed into the BJ College Medical Hostel. Let's now listen to what India's Ministry of External Affairs had to say.
So Ayushi, first your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones.
Right now, let's take this back to Captain Ishan Khalid, the aviation expert, who continues to be with us here on the broadcast. Captain Ishan Khalid, you were telling us that both the key point to note here is that the landing gear was not up. And that is the one difference that takes place, because the landing gear is always up, no matter, irrespective of what the emergency is, what the situation is. And the fact that the landing gear was not up from the way the aircraft is crashed, and that is the main source of concern at this stage, isn't it?
That is correct. In most of the aircraft that I understand, I have flown multiple types of aircraft. Landing gear is left down only in circumstances like wind shear, when the aircraft is descending towards terrain. You don't touch it. And in this case, it is down. Nobody has told me that, they put it down. It was down all throughout. Now, why was it down? Was it because of both engine has failed and the pilot know that they're going to make an impact, and so just lessen it by the landing gear extended? That could be one reason. Other could be, I'm not able to actually put these two things together. At this stage, the aircraft configuration should have been landing gear up and the flap should have been deflected. Looking at the visual that I see, the flap deflection doesn't look to be very clear. Okay, so what it should have been was landing gear up and flaps deflected and the aircraft accelerating. So did both engines fail? Why did it fail? Was it bird hit? Was it bird hit on? It's so very rare to think about 787 hitting the birds on such a two wide spread engines, and they are very big engines. They can take most of the birds. If you see on your visual on the right where you are doing, you can see a lot of birds in the sky there. Even in your camera, I could see, because if you go 5 seconds back from what you are showing me the live one, this building onto the left, you will see birds. The birds are a lot there. And did they cause and did they give a mayday call? Because if they would not have given a mayday call, I would have understood that it's a pilot, some kind of an error which they did not know. Here, they knew about it. Okay, so chances of pilot error is very remote, because when you make a pilot error, you don't know what is happening. So in this case, they made a mayday call. Mayday call is identifying a situation that it is really difficult to counter, and the aircraft, as per the reports that we have, is at 625 feet with both engines or single engine. Single engine, this aircraft could have just continued flying. If the single engine was making the full power, it would not have come down the way it has come down. So it's very very unfortunate. Is it a condition out of the book that they could not solve? And under such circumstances, when you take off and you have habited buildings on the takeoff leg, you don't have the luxury of Captain Sunny landing on the river bed.
Right.
Because he just it's not that you maneuver the aircraft, and if this happened at maybe 300-400 feet, pilot does not have a time to go anywhere other than where the aircraft is going on its own.
All right. Stay with us. We have some fresh visuals coming in. Take a look at this video of the moment after the plane crashed at the BJ Medical College Hostel in Ahmedabad. Visuals on your screens are from the BJ Medical College Hostel moments after the crash. Those are the moments right after the crash. You can clearly hear people shrieking in panic at the BJ Medical College hostel. We understand around 50 people have been injured on ground in this crash, and they've been taken to the hospital for treatment. They are serious, but they remain stable. Those are the reports that we're getting at this stage, even as we understand that there might not be any survivors from the aircraft itself in this crash, because so far the reports so far say, from the police at least, say that there are no survivors. We have Captain Ishan Khalid continuing to stay with us and continue to help us understand this tragedy better, as to what exactly could have led to this tragedy. Captain Ishan Khalid, at this stage, there has to be a deeper investigation into why something like this happened, to ensure that something like this never happens again.
That is correct. There are set flight safety procedures. That is, right now, the first thing that you are seeing is search and rescue to save the life that can be saved. And thereafter, the flight safety team will take out the flight data recorder and the CVR, which we call black box, take it to the laboratory and take down all the details. Once the data is downloaded, then we will analyze the entire flight path, the health of the engine, and was the engine producing the right powers, and to the detail that, what was the control deflected by the pilot. Okay, so all these things, something like, 256 parameters plus. I think nowadays even 1400 plus parameters are recorded in the
Right, Captain Ishan Khalid, stay with us. We're getting latest visuals of India's Civil Aviation Minister on ground at the crash site. Latest visuals are coming in from Ahmedabad. Even as the NDRF teams and others are busy with the relief operations, the Union Aviation Minister has landed on the site. Right. That's the on the screens now visuals of Union Minister for Civil Aviation Ram Mohan Naidu taking stock of the situation. We also understand that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached Ahmedabad. That's what we understand at this stage. Prime Minister Modi has been taking stock of the situation and getting the latest from the Aviation Minister. Hospitals have begun DNA samplings of the victims, even as efforts to rescue those who can be rescued continue.
केबल निकाल देना मुझे
Earlier in the day, in an online post, the Aviation Minister had said, and I quote, "I'm shocked and devastated to learn about the flight crash in Ahmedabad. We are on the highest alert. I am personally monitoring the situation and have directed all aviation and emergency response agencies to take swift and coordinated action." That was his online post earlier in the day. And now he's arrived on the scene. Now, in a separate statement, Minister Naidu's office also said that the Prime Minister has directed the Minister to ensure all necessary support is extended immediately and asked to be kept regularly updated on the situation. All relevant agencies are on high alert and coordinated efforts are underway. That's a statement from the Aviation Minister's office. And now we have our correspondent Sachin joining us on the phone line. Sachin, बताइए आपको लेटेस्ट जानकारी क्या मिल रही है उधर से?
देखिए, अभी हाल फिलहाल जो जानकारी हमें मिल रही है कृष्णा, उसमें काफी सारे लोग जो इस दुर्घटना में हताहत हुए। अभी जो पूरी घटना हुई है, उस घटना में प्लेन जब टेक ऑफ हुआ उसके बाद वो एटीसी के टच में था, और एटीसी के टच में था वो करीबन 9 मिनट 10 मिनट तक वो एटीसी के टच में रहा, और फिर बाद में पायलट ने वहां पर 3 बार मे डे जो एक अलार्मिंग सिचुएशन बताने का प्रयास होता है तो की गई, और वो करीबन 3 बार कहा जाता है, लेकिन 9 या 10वें मिनट पे जब मे डे करके जो अनाउंसमेंट है वो एटीसी को कर दिया गया पायलट की ओर से, तो उसके बाद स्थिति जो है वो पायलट के कंट्रोल से बाहर है। उसका मतलब ये होता है, इस तरह की बात जो है वो अभी हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन निकल के सामने आ रही है। इस पूरी दुर्घटना में जो यात्री थे वो यात्रियों में 169 जो यात्री हैं वो भारतीय नेशनल थे, साथ ही साथ में 53 थे जो वो ब्रिटिश नेशनल थे, एक कैनेडियन और 7 पोर्टुगीज के नेशनल थे, और उसके साथ जो क्रू मेंबर्स का स्टाफ होता है के साथ 240 जितने पैसेंजर, तो ये कुल इतना जो आता है। उसके साथ साथ में जो ये दुर्घटना हुई और प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, तो वो एक जो हॉस्टल बिल्डिंग है सिविल हॉस्पिटल का, उसका जो कैंटीन वाला पोर्शन है वहां से पहले वो टकराया, उसका पीछे वाला हिस्सा वहीं रह गया। तो उसके बाद जो अगला हिस्सा है कॉकपिट, वो कॉकपिट का हिस्सा वहां से टकराकर बढ़ते बढ़ते आगे आया करीबन 200-300 मीटर से भी ज्यादा, जहां पर हॉस्टल के दूसरे जो डॉक्टर्स हैं या स्टाफ है वो जो जिस हॉस्टल में रहते हैं, वहां पर उस बिल्डिंग से करीबन 3 से 4 ब्लॉक हैं उसके पास ये टकराया, और टकराने के साथ ही वो ब्लास्ट हो चुका था। और उस दौरान जो लोग हैं, जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी है, उनका ये भी कहना है कि ये जो पूरी दुर्घटना थी उसके बाद वहां जाना मुश्किल था, लेकिन जिस तरह के प्रयास यहाँ पर किए जाने थे वो किए गए हैं। जो लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन है वहाँ की टीम सबसे पहले यहाँ पर पहुंची, फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम को भी यहाँ से अलर्ट कर दिया गया था, तब टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची, और उसके बाद में जो आग बुझाने की जो प्रक्रिया है वो प्रक्रिया शुरू की गई। और साथ ही साथ में जो बिल्डिंग में हॉस्टल में जो बच्चे थे या जो डॉक्टर्स थे या जो स्टाफ था, उनको बचाने का भी प्रयास जो है वो किया गया। कुछ लोग जो है कूद कर निकले हैं, कुछ लोगों को बचने तक का मौका नहीं मिला है। इस कदर ये जो ब्लास्ट और यहाँ की दुर्घटना जो यहाँ पर हुई है वो सामने आई है। कृष्णा।
Sachin there getting us the latest from the ground in Ahmedabad. We have Captain Ishan Khalid and my colleague Samia Kapoor also with us on the broadcast. Samia, we just got the latest visuals from the crash site. Union Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu is over there overseeing the rescue and relief operations. He's in front of the debris of the crash. Those are the latest visuals that we are getting from Ahmedabad. And meanwhile, we also understand that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached Ahmedabad.
Absolutely. The Prime Minister himself had spoken to the Civil Aviation Minister when this entire news, the devastating news had come to fore, and he had urged upon the Civil Aviation Minister to rush to Ahmedabad immediately. Remember, he was at Vijayawada at that point in time, and he made way for the crash site at Ahmedabad, and those are the first pictures on the screens right now where Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, is present taking stock on ground zero. And clearly, as far as the government is concerned, both the state and at the central level, they are leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the leaders, Home Minister Amit Shah himself also, who is present at Ahmedabad, all of them are going to be present in this hour of crisis, standing with the family members of those who lost their lives in this horrific air crash where over 240 people are feared dead. And not only that, the visuals on the screens right now are from the debris that we can see around the hostel, the BJ Medical Hostel, where several students were present over there, and the airplane crashed into that particular medical college hostel. Several of the students were present over there. Many managed to rush, many got trapped into it. That's where the rescue operation had started. Remember, the fire tenders were sent to the spot immediately, 3 of them. The local police, they were the first respondents to the entire episode. Then, of course, the NDRF and the SDRF were also deployed at the site. We have to wait and see what is going to be the course of action here on. The Aviation Minister is there speaking to the local agencies and the authorities who are working on ground. He's taking stock at the ground zero itself. No stones unturned. World mourns the death of over 240 people. There could be more numbers of casualties that the government is yet to put out. They are still ascertaining the extent of death and damage as far as the Ahmedabad London Gatwick bound flight is concerned.
Samya Kapoor there joining us with the latest details, even as we continue to get you all the latest visuals from the crash site as well. Union Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu has arrived at the crash site and is taking stock of the situation. Those are the visuals on your screens. We have Captain Ishan Khalid, the aviation expert, continuing to be with us on the broadcast, even as we continue to get you visuals of grieving relatives of those who lost their loved ones in this crash. Captain Ishan Khalid, we will know all that we need to know about the crash, hopefully, when the black box is analyzed and decoded. But my question here at this stage is that after the Mayday call was made by the pilot, by the time the air traffic control tried to reach out to the pilot, there was no response. So those calls were just about the pilot calling for a Mayday and not getting a response. And by the time the air traffic control responded, there was no, they couldn't hear back from the pilot.
Okay, so in this case, as I said, the Mayday call is given to alert the ground staff, the aircraft in the air, ATC and search and rescue team that there is a danger to the aircraft and occupant. Getting a response from them is not the idea of Mayday call. A Mayday call says that, thereafter you have the priority to go anywhere that you want to go, and ATC and all other services will assist you in going to whatever you want. Let's say the aircraft was at 10,000 feet and gives a Mayday call, then the ATC would say that, all runway, all traffic is clear for you. That way they give the assistance. Here, there was no assistance asked because there was no assistance that could have ever been given by ground controller. Okay, here the problem was that the aircraft was continuing to descend despite whatever power was there, whatever configuration that the aircraft was on. And the only thing that could have saved was probably a higher speed, which they did not have for that configuration that they were flying on. And whether their speed was less because of the configuration of the aircraft or because of the lack of power from both the engines, we will come to know only with BFDR. So the investigating authorities will have to focus. The first thing that they will focus is obviously why the landing gear was down. Okay. And if it was down, that means much before that impact occurred, the pilot probably knew that they are going to hit the ground.
I was asking that question, Captain Ishan Khalid, I was asking that question because, if there was no communication, it all happened way too quickly from takeoff to crash, what could we possibly unearth from that black box?
So the black box will give you every 3 seconds or 5 seconds analysis of your engine producing thrust, their vibration, their fuel flow, their ITT, the temperature, the EGT temperature. There are 256 parameters, and 787 could have even more parameters that is recorded. It also says that, fine, this particular warning was alerted before or after. So everything that was in that the aircraft actually flew would be recorded. So you would get what was the wind, what was the speed, what was the attitude, what was the heading, and what were the track that the aircraft was following. Because in the air, you could be heading on north and winds pushing you, then you could be going left and right. So everything is recorded. So once you have the DVR, you will know exactly what went wrong. There is no speculation at that stage.
Right. And as we wait for that, what are the, this is possibly building up, Captain Ishan Khalid, as possibly the biggest aviation disaster in India's history. There is the previous one, the biggest so far in terms of casualties, at least is 349. But in this one, 242 people on board, no survivors so far. Those are the reports that we're getting at this stage, no official reports. But then we understand that from reports that there are no survivors, and plus there could be more casualties from on ground from where it crashed. Every crash, Captain Ishan Khalid, is an important lesson that we learn to ensure that not a single more life is lost. But in this particular case, there seems to be a huge shot of mystery as to how this even happened and what we can possibly learn. And is it even possibly avoidable in the future?
You know, every thinking pilot today would not have a comfortable seat, because the pilot would definitely question what went wrong, because it's not easy to decipher what went wrong. You know, at this stage, if the landing gear was up and the flaps were deflected, I would have said that, you know, there was an engine failure and the pilot tried to control it. The air visual.
दिखा तो है नहीं पब्लिक को, तो धुआं एकदम धुआं हो गया था तो दिखा भी नहीं होगा। 15 मिनट के बाद मैं खुद आ गया, आवाज के बाद ही सबको पता चला होगा। 15 मिनट हुआ तब तक अच्छा होने में
प्राइमरली तो कई लोगों को लगा कि सिविल में फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ है शायद। हाँ, कुछ लोगों को लगा कि आग लगी है शायद। अच्छा, बिल्डिंग 12 लोगों को ऐसा लगा आग लगी है।
ये फायर कॉल समझा था सब,
फायर कॉल समझा था सबने।
कहने का मतलब 1 किलोमीटर माने बार किसी को कुछ दिखता ही नहीं था। 15 मिनट में मैं खुद आ गया था, धुआं पूरा वातावरण, पूरा धुआं ही था। 15 मिनट में यहाँ पे चाय वाले या कोई है, वो लेडी उसका बेटा की बहू का हाथ जल गया और वो लड़का तो उसका डेथ हो गया। तो वो उसका फैमिली वाला उसका बीमार है, वहाँ पे हार्ट नहीं पड़ेगा। वो लोग थे जो वो बता रहे थे कि अचानक से हुआ, कुछ समझ नहीं आया। दूसरे जो लोग थे उन्होंने देखा, लेकिन वो काफ़ी देर तक यहाँ से नजदीक नहीं जा पा रहे थे क्योंकि हीट इतना था, तो हीट के कारण वो पहुँच नहीं पाए।
That's India's Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu speaking to those on the ground. He's at the crash site, the BJ Medical College Hostel, where we can hear people telling him that initially everybody thought it was the building that had caught fire. Let's now listen to some of the reactions that are coming in.
It's a very tragic and a very sad day, and we all are very concerned and worried that such an accident has taken place. Our condolences to the victims and their families, and I pray, if I hope any survivors are there for their speedy recovery.
हिंदी वो शब्दों का वो ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। यार ये नहीं, माइक नीचे रखो।
ओके सर, सर ये इंसिडेंट
माइक राहुल नीचे आएंगे।
I am totally shaken by the incident that has happened today near Ahmedabad airport. Very tragic and very, very horrific. And even till now, I have to say I'm in a state of shock. When the event happened, I was in Vijayawada doing the review of that airport and attending one state program. But the moment I got to know this incident happened, I wanted to be here physically at the site, try to find out more about what happened and what needs to be done. And also Honorable PM has called me and also told me to be there at the site and also look into the operations which is going on right now. And right now, if you ask me, I can only think about the passengers, their families, what they might be going through, and especially the civilians also who are there near the crash site. A lot of relief effort has been done already, right from Indian Army, NDRF, state police, medical departments, including aviation concerned departments. Everyone has attended immediately. The fire department, to the best of their abilities, they have been functioning here and doing the rescue operations. And we still have to find out the numbers. I don't want to put any wrong numbers to you, so we still have to go through the numbers. And my condolences, my prayers, my thoughts with the families of the bereaved. And we are trying to extend all the help that can be done. And even our Honorable Home Minister is also coming to inspect the site right now. He will be coming here. We'll go through another round of inspection. We'll talk to some of the people who are here and all the teams that are here. And then we are having one meeting at the Circuit House. Annex. So we will be discussing some more things there. Maybe once we go through all these discussions, I can give you some more information. But if you ask me, then I'm just thinking about the families and the passengers who are there. It's a great loss. Yes, it is. It is very. Yes. Very sad to know that Vijay Rupani ji, Chief Minister was also there, and like you were mentioning, other nationals were also there, children were also there. I would only say that each and every life is precious to us. Each and everyone is a very important person to us. So it's an incident which has shaken the nation also. Everyone has expressed their grief.
सीरियसली इस घटना को लिया जा रहा है क्योंकि इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी होने के बावजूद इस तरह की घटना होना तो वो एक अपने आप में बड़े सवाल का
Yes. I'll only give one line to what you have asked right now. We are going to do a fair and thorough investigation. We are not going to spare anyone. We are not going to leave any stone unturned. We will do properly according to the protocol, and we are going to go to the depth of why this incident has happened. That much I can tell you now. बस अभी इतना का.
थैंक यू. ये मेरे कैप मेरा कैप पड़े यार. ओके वो कैप. हाँ जी.
एक सेकंड मेरा केबल भाई. केबल पासी कैप.
So you are going to stay here, sir?
I'll see according to the work that is going on. मेरा डिपार्टमेंट.
हाँ जी इसीलिए बहुत अच्छा अनफॉर्चुनेट है सर. किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं था. इसलिए हमने बताया ना पहले यही था कि फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ.
So Ayushi, first your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones.
Welcome to News9. You are watching On Point. I'm Kartikesh Sharma, and the story is the tragedy that struck India today. Yes, the biggest plane, an airliner, crashed in Ahmedabad. A London-bound Air India plane carrying 242 people crashed shortly after takeoff in Ahmedabad on Thursday afternoon. Air India confirmed the plane that crashed is flight A1171, which was travelling from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. A total of 242 passengers and crew were aboard the flight. Reports suggest that there are no survivors. Eyewitnesses near the crash site reported a loud explosion followed by a thick plume of black smoke. The plane crashed into the residential quarters of the BJ Medical College doctors in Ahmedabad's Meghani Nagar area. The accident happened just weeks after Boeing cut a deal with the US government to avoid taking criminal responsibility for a pair of deadly crashes in 2018 and 19. This point I'm going to come a little later, but let me play out a couple of reactions.
मेरा धनेई मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे. सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से. मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे. भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा उस फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं.
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे माँ से जुड़ा था ना, तो थोड़ा सा ही लगा है ऐसा बोला है मेरे को, और मैं जाऊँ तो मालूम पड़ेगा. हमारी बहन जा रही थी 1 बजे जा रही थी. 1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन. कि लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गए अपने।
मेरी शादी था, वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
बस 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए।
Ministry of External Affairs also reacted to the tragedy that took place in Ahmedabad. And the breaking news, police finds one survivor from seat 11A. This is a big breaking. There is a survivor from 11A. He has been taken to the hospital. We'll try to connect with our reporters in Ahmedabad. Right now I'm joined by Group Captain Tata Vienja. He's an aviation expert. Subsequently I'll join by other guests, but this is one breaking news which I'm giving you, that police has found one survivor in the plane, seat 11A. It's a big breaking news that a person has survived. There might be other survivors also, though the accident is so severe. It would be a miracle that we find survivors, and then this is like a miracle story that a survivor has been found. I hope the other people also survive who have been severely injured in this crash. But let's wait for a final word from the hospital. There are many strands of this story. I'm also joined by Mark Martin, CEO, Martin Consulting and Aviation Expert. Thank you, both of you. Now, let me straight away first go to Group Captain Jha. Sir, you know, there are a couple of stories here. There is a story of how do we decode the video. That's one part of it, which people have seen. There's also another story of the Dreamliner. And there's also another story of accountability of two players who dominate the air aviation. Boeing is one such player. I don't want to get into the story that has been published by NYT and others, but the fact of the matter is that they almost hushed up a case in context of 2018 and 2019 crashes. We'll take that up later. Sir, but your opening comments on my show on Point, prima facie, when you looked at the visual for the first time, a couple of hours ago, what did you find?
Karthik, first of all, I can't hold my eyes getting slightly wet. I have been trying to do so. I have not been able to. My sincerity with all the families, condolences with all those who have lost their near and dear. But you have given us a great news. First time on your channel I have heard that at least there is one survivor who have survived this crash. Karthik, to be very frank, on the look of the first look, what is happening on the left side of your window, the touchdown or the crash landing of the aircraft is not very drastic. It is a fairly controlled, descent, maybe loss of power that has caused this particular descent, because this is no place to descend into. And that too, when it is very close to the ground, you can see the nose up of the aircraft. That's the exact position when we keep the aircraft attitude at the time of landing. So that means a few things have been very clear cut here in this particular clip that you are seeing. Mind you, Karthikeyan, in most of the accidents that I have done the investigations, this particular informations of the last few seconds are very difficult to come. The witness who are there are unreliable. Their versions of the aircraft, explosion in air or something, blah, blah, has been all very difficult to sustain that. So this picture, what we are seeing, the video small clip, it tells us a lot. I'll start, if you can give me some time, I'll start with the beginning. Any of the transport aircraft, you have must have also traveled so many times. We first take the aircraft to the shoulder of the runway from where we are going to take off. Just short of entering the runway, we stop it there for a couple of minutes. The second pilot and the pilot, they do all counting of all instruments that is serviceable. Then we come back onto the runway and line up for the takeoff. Put the aircraft onto the brake, again do all countings, raise the throttle, raise the RPM. And at that RPM, when the engine is bursting, aircraft is vibrating, again check all those crucial engine parameters and some other parameters. When it is normal, then only you release the brake
and the aircraft goes for the takeoff roll. Somewhere half of the runway, you get the V1 where you are thinking of unsticking the aircraft and taking off. All those things have happened here in the normal. There is no information from the pilot to say that it was abnormal. Now, aircraft has taken off. It has gone to about 200 meters above the ground level, about 600 feet. That information we have gathered on. That's no place from where the engine should have in loss of thrust. And both engines simultaneously, it bogs me down. In history, there have been both engines losses of the thrust in flight simultaneously, but there are only few to explain, and that too there are many other variables which have come into play. So that is one area that the investigators will have to see, why loss of power in both engines. Had even one engine existed, this particular engine is so powerful that pilot could have taken a roundabout and come back for landing in the emergency and landed the aircraft safely. All those things were here. So this is one part of it. Secondly, pilot has given a call for the SOS or Mayday. That means he is unable to continue with the flight. And we are also saying his inability, that he has not been able to sustain the altitude, even if he is trying to find out some say safe place or the plain area where he can land the aeroplane in that landing position. So I'll just finish it here. So these are the few clues which will be crucial to the investigator, which on the first look, it gives me some clue that the pilot was in control of the plane till the last moment. And of course, there will be CVR, cockpit voice recorder, there will be black box that will be telling you a lot of story, but that is subsequently. Right now, this particular case is as it is looking to you. The pilot was in control of the aircraft. Aircraft has not supported, engines have not supported the aircraft. There have been loss of power. Karthik.
Okay, the point you are making, sir, is that it looks that there was loss of power. Let me straight away go to Mr. Martin. Sir, thank you so much for joining me on my show. Your opening comments on the tragedy, sir.
Karthik, thanks so much for having me, and a tragic black day for global aviation. The last time we ever saw a catastrophic air disaster like this is September 11, when an aircraft was used as a terror weapon. I think it's very important. I respect what Group Captain Jha has said, but I'd like to state one thing, that we should not speculate. At this stage, it could be anything. It could be power assurance, like what Mr. Jha said. Maybe the crew did not get power. We also could look at how the flaps were fully retracted and the gear down, so lift was not achieved. The possibilities are endless. It could be, it could be anything. And I think it's very important, Karthikeyan, that we respect the dead. The pilot was a super qualified guy, 10,000 hours of experience. So was the co-pilot. The crew's no more. I know we found one survivor. His statements will be very relevant. But the sad part is, out there are people mourning the loss of a loved one. The pilots have perished, and their families are mourning. So please, let's not speculate. If you really wanna express passion over here and venge our anger and outburst, then we should stress that the government starts an investigation immediately into this. The CVR, the DFDR, the CVR, all parts of every element of the investigation should be brought together, and we should find out why this crash occurred. Because I'll tell you one thing. This is the first time ever a 7879 Dreamliner has had such a catastrophic event, and the world is now looking down on India. This investigation will also have an EASA representative. It'll have an FAA representative. It'll have the NTSB, the DGCA, the CAAC. So I think clearly what we need to do is, everyone can have a hypothesis, everyone can have a view. As an investigator myself, unless I see the evidence and establish what happened, everything is hearsay. And the unfortunate part is, I'd really like to urge all those out there to please not speculate. Let's wait for the investigation to come out. Everyone have a respect to their views. I respect your views as an aviation investigator myself.
No, my question to Martin, you see, I respect your view, but there are people who would like to know, what does this picture represent? There are people who would like to know from the experts, What do you make of it? And those are legitimate questions, sir.
I fully appreciate it, but I'm not going to toe the line of speculation. We can talk about a hypothesis.
No, so my question to you,
wrong.
Martin, is what do you make of this video?
Well, I mean, from what we see clearly, this guy was, he couldn't continue flight. He didn't have power assurance. He tried for MCT, maximum continuous thrust. He lost lift. We don't know why. They just didn't give him the takeoff thrust and continuous climb thrust he wanted. We don't know. Okay, and it could be anything. There's a hypothesis of bird strike, but bird strike never occurs at 500 feet. Bird strike only occurs especially in Ahmedabad, because when I was in SpiceJet, we had about 8 or 9 bird strike incidents, but those happen at about 1,000, 2,000 feet with vultures and those kind of large birds that damage the whole aircraft. So clearly we don't know, and I'm not going to speculate, and I would really like that we don't speculate. Yes, it's tragic. Yes, it's unfortunate. Everybody needs to get involved. But, if you want me to speculate, that's not what I'm going to do, because, I come from a family of pilots. My dad was a pilot. My granddad was a pilot. My dad was in the Air Force. My dad had a helicopter incident in the Air Force. And, the more we speculate, the more we try and finger point, it does nobody any good, because guess what? Those guys who were there in the cockpit are dead. We don't know what they did, but they did everything to save their life and the life of 250 people on board. And I don't think you and I and anybody here on this forum should stand up and criticize and comment on what they did and what they didn't do. I believe, as an aviation professional, let's wait for that investigation to come out. I know everybody, including you, Karthikeyan.
The pic loop of the survivor, one person has survived. This is the pic loop of the survivor. As we said, one person has survived. This is the photograph that has come. He is the survivor. Now let me straight away go to Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, former Chief Flight Safety, Indian Air Force. Sir, thank you so much for joining me, sir. Your opening comments on the show.
Enough and more has been said on all the channels. I'll just reiterate a few things for the benefit of your viewers. It's one of the most tragic air accidents that the country has seen. And in an era of social media where somebody has recorded what you're playing now, these kind of things were unimaginable a few years ago. The accident investigators used to spend months together, charting out the flight path. And here, the social media, somebody from the rooftop has captured the last moments of the aircraft. Now, it has apparently messed into the ground. The reasons could be many. The options and other factors the crew would have taken. If the crew had time to give a mayday call, it means there was something very serious in the aeroplane which the crew recognized and gave a call to the tower. But as I was seeing in some other channel, they had extrapolated from ADSPs. The aircraft had attained a height of around 425 feet at the end of the runway at the 05 dumbbell, and it had a rate of descent of 475 feet. So if that is correct, some analysis on some channel I was just watching, the crew had precisely 50 seconds from the highest point in the flight path to the impact. So in this 45 to 50 seconds, they have given a call, and I'm sure they would have tried their level best to revive the engine, to get the thrust back, and to get everything going, which the crew are trained for. The crew is experienced, and all these kind of emergencies.
Air Marshal Kapoor, just let me describe you this photo. You'll be very surprised, sir. The person walking in the video is a survivor. Group Captain Jha and Air Marshal Kapoor, sir, this is the photograph of the survivor. The gentleman walking on the road is the survivor, sir. Seat 11A. You can continue, sir.
So the actions the crew would have taken, what has exactly happened will only come out once the CBR and FDR are analyzed. I think so, not weeks, it will take a couple of months to get to the real story, in my appreciation, because everything would be collaborated before addressing. But the larger point is that we cannot bring back all those who have gone. We cannot undo this accident. But what we can do is draw adequate lessons for our national.
Marshal Kapoor, you know, we were getting a lot of calls, we were getting a lot of information, and people were asked, you know, the query was, sir, that every aircraft goes through a tech check. You know, what happened that, you know, after a basic tech check of the engines, which happens, you know, you rev the engines, that it completely collapsed. You know, a lot of people want to know that what happened actually.
See, in this particular case of today, the aircraft has flown in from Delhi. So it is not originating a flight afresh. The aircraft has flown in from Delhi. So it is tested. The angle of sabotage and other things which certain channels are speculating also is ruled out because that aircraft has come, must have just refueled here in Ahmedabad, loaded the passengers and way to London. So, there's hardly any time at this place to do any technical things except routine maintenance. Now, what is special is that the aircraft has yawed somewhat to the left, if you see the videos, and it has got a gentle nose up meshing attitude. So, which typically indicates that there is hardly any speed left in the airplane. There is hardly any speed left, and it's very close to stalling attitude when it is impacting the ground. So, the
viewers, what does, sir? Can you explain it to the viewers? The stalling word you have used.
See, in simple terms, the speed at which the aircraft cannot sustain its straight and level flight. There is everything in the air is subject to the lift that the wings are generating, and it is proportional to the speed. So there is a particular speed at which the aircraft is not able to generate lift in simple terms, and the aircraft just drops from that floor. So in certain aircraft the drop is vicious, in certain aircraft it's gentle. So here, in my appreciation, the attitude and the flight path so indicates that it has very low speeds and it has just meshed into the ground. The crew has tried its best because I'm sure they would be, trying to fly out this aeroplane to get the thrust back. But unfortunately, it didn't happen and the aircraft crashed landed.
Captain Jha, sir, am I audible to you?
Yeah. Look,
sir, you were talking about the engines didn't give the power. Now, my question to you, sir, is very, very different. If you recall the Concorde accident that took place, the subsequently investigation found that there was something on the tarmac which got stuck with the side of the wing, and that is why, the Concorde caught fire and it eventually exploded. Now, the airport at the Ahmedabad has been, cleared. It's become operational. In this case, when you see the aircraft take off, it looks that it had a very smooth lift. But, the journey was 7 minutes to 9 minutes. 7 minutes to 9 minutes. Does it mean that immediately after the takeoff of the lift, which we were describing in context of V1, V2, something happened immediately?
Kartikeya, there are few thumb rules that I must tell you. No two aircraft accidents are identical. It's a known fact, except 737, where that MCS had faulted, that software was at fault. There also, although the pattern of accident was similar, it was not identical. There were differences. So take that particular fact that no two aircraft accidents are similar. Now here in this case, when the aircraft has come from Delhi to Gujarat, by and large, all parameters would have been normal. Then only it has taken off from there, had maintained the complete, course of the flight, and then landed up there. The crew would have noticed if there was anything wrong to carry on with the long haul flight. Remember, even the crew who has piloted the aircraft from there would have been, slightly circumspect if something was wrong. That I don't want to speculate what all could have been there. Till now, I have not tried to speculate anything. I'm just telling you what my eyes see here in this aircraft, in this last few seconds. There itself, the first line of doubt comes up there, that why aircraft which was airborne just a few seconds back, lost thrust of that respect. This only a current pilot or any pilot having the complete experience on 787 may be able to prompt, but what exactly has happened at this time, even he won't have an insight what has gone wrong for the both engine to dwindle down. So that is one thing to be that only the investigations and subsequent black box or CVR can tell you. That is one thing. Secondly, this particular aircraft, Boeing, when we are talking of, a lot of people come that this has got the bad record. Even that 737 accident, what had happened, there was a problem. There was no doubt. That is the reason the entire fleet was grounded. But 787 was still fine. You have only given the briefing that no accident has happened where the life was lost. Here in this case, obviously the pilot has tried his best to possibly, as it looks in his last few moments, to land the aircraft somewhere. Unfortunately, a building, a hostel has struck the wing or the tail, and that is from where the aircraft has been uncontrolled. At that speed, if something comes like down there, that is where I slightly countered you that it was not unsurvivable accident. You have seen one passenger who has been lucky that he has been walking like that. That means the accident was not so insurvivable. Second fact, he was in seat number 11B. That is somewhere in the front side. Usually what happens...
Near the bathroom, sir. Near the bathroom, this seat.
Yeah. So the 11th seat is in the front. In the Dreamliner, seat number 11 is in the front. Take it that way. Somewhere around the wing or even ahead of the wing. Most of the survival in such aircraft crashes are in the tail sections, where usually that tail gets detached off, and the people who are properly harnessed, some of them, the history shows. Air Marshal is here from the Safety Directorate, so he would know. He will know that much. That portion of the seat is the much safer should aircraft have impact. That is the area where people will survive. But here there is a individual who was in 11A who has survived the crash. He will tell you a lot of things what he would have noticed even as a general common person. What would have gone wrong? He will tell you subsequently. A lot of things. Since he was sitting in the aircraft, he should be able to tell you whether the engine quietened. If I was coming back from Tawang to what is it called, Chabwa, way back in 1980. It was Caribou aircraft. One engine went back. Aircraft became quieter. Just short of touching down, another engine backed out. We landed in the absolute quiet aircraft, and the two sick gentlemen who are the pilots and co-pilots, he said, Dr. Saab, ठंड रखो, हम लोग land करेंगे. Aircraft becomes totally silent, and if the engine goes out. So even this individual may be able to tell the investigation team what exactly happened in those last few seconds or maybe a minute or so. So these are the things what we can see as an investigator. Since I have done the investigation, that is why I'm telling you. The last thing that I will tell you is most, of the access are onto the human factor. I'm a human factor specialist. This human factor could be either in the pilot section or in the engineering technical section, or even in the organizational and the support services system. Any of these human factors can come into play. Here in this case, as it looks, the aircraft was absolutely fine before takeoff. He would have counted all the parameters. He has piloted the aircraft from Delhi to here, and then again before takeoff, there would have been that 1-2 minute of the gap before taking off when all these parameters would have been checked. So there is a need to look into the system. What caused both engines to either lose thrust that could not sustain even a short time flight, even for landing, looking for a small stretch of the plane surface to land. this is a matter of great concern, but I am happy to see one individual walking like this. I was hoping that in this particular crash, where the terminal, the last second speed is very less, as eyes can see, it is just just above the stall. Aircraft has not stalled. That is the speed that it is there. So I was hoping that there will be more survivors in this case.
Okay.
But there was very little time for the cabin crew to have
absolutely,
acted,
Mr. Jha, I'm sorry, Mr. Jha, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. I just need to introduce another guest, Dr. Sanat Kaul, Chairman, International Foundation for Aviation, Aerospace and Development, also joins me. Thank you, Dr. Kaul, for joining my show. Are you there, sir? Dr. Kaul?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you
Can
so
you
much.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Your opening comments on the tragedy that has unfolded in Ahmedabad, sir.
Well, no, it's extremely tragic that this incident happened. It is extremely tragic that it happened to Air India, which was, had shown good profit very recently in the couple of months, maybe not even a month back, and it was doing well. The reason for the accident is still not very clear. I mean, it's not clear at all because the aircraft took off and then could not climb. So it crashed. It had, there was, the reason the weather was absolutely fine. The bird hit concept, I think there was, firstly, there are two engines. So even if one engine fails, the other engine can manage a little bit, maybe even take off or land back at least. But in this case, it seems that both engines had collapsed, and the fire that we saw was mainly because I think the fuel tanks were absolutely full for a flight to UK, which is taking a longer route now. So all these things combined, we have no inkling of why the accident took place. For example, in 2010, when the Air India accident took place at Mangalore, it was a tabletop airfield, and even there was some difference between the pilot and the co-pilot on the issue of landing, and it crashed. It actually landed beyond. So there was a reason that it went beyond the airstrip, and since it's a tabletop, it landed up further and landed up in an open jungle type area where it crashed. So we still don't know why. I hope the black box will be found soon. That will tell us. The Mayday signal was given by the pilot, and that's important because there was something wrong.
Sir, I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. Home Minister Amit Shah has landed in Gujarat. He's in Ahmedabad. He has gone to the site. Next to him is the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Amit Shah is inspecting the site of the crash. Ahmedabad airport has become operational. Amit Shah is also expected to hold the meeting. So this is the area where the plane crashed. Dr. Kaul, please finish your point. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is that it is still a mystery how this aircraft suddenly, after takeoff, within 5 minutes, crashed. Obviously,
I also have a question to you, Dr. Kaul. I have a different question, sir. People are talking about what happened, and this question is also to you, Mr. Jha. Dr. Kaul, my question to you is: we make pilots accountable. We make human error accountable. Who will make the airline makers accountable? These companies accountable?
No. I mean, companies are liable. Liability is of the company. Accountability, in a way, is either of the pilot or of the engine failure or something else. Unless the airline was not giving proper maintenance and was cutting corners in not replacing proper parts on time and things like that. That only an inquiry will show.
There was there was also a case, sir, in America weeks ago. It has been settled related to 2018 and 19 crash. New York Times has reported it. This is about the Boeing.
No, Boeing is in trouble all the time, and there's a full congressional committee which has said that Boeing has not been following safety standards, Boeing company, and they've been cutting corners to make themselves more profitable, and that's why Boeing, which is a 100-year-old company, is going down in reputation, and even the Boeing space thing has been a very unfortunate thing where it landed up Sunita Williams and others who landed up there and were stuck for 1 year till Elon Musk thing comes back. But I'm neither connecting it, but I'm saying that the Boeing company as such has had very, very bad reputation or loss of reputation has taken place. And US government, US FAA is being criticized by the Congressional Committee. So there are lots of things to be said about Boeing, even about this plane.
Bit of a breaking news, sir. That there's a bit of a breaking news that has come in. Tata Group has decided that they will provide 1 crore to the families of each person who has lost their life. Let me read out. This is an important piece of breaking news that has come in. And the news is, it clearly says, we are deeply anguished by the tragic event involving Air India Flight 171. No words can adequately express the grief we feel at this moment. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families who have lost their loved ones and with those who have been injured. Tata Group will provide 1 crore to the families of each person who has lost their life in this tragedy. We will also cover the medical expenses of those injured and ensure that they will receive all necessary care and support. Additionally, we will provide support in the building which is BG Medical Hostel, which means that they are going to get some help. We remain steadfast in standing with the affected families and communities during the unimaginable time. And Chandrasekharan, sir, please again complete your point. So 1 crore Tata Group has announced.
Yeah, but coming to exactly what you were saying, under the International Civil Aviation Organization as well as there's a Montreal Convention of 1999, which gives the kind of a minimum payment to all passengers in case of death due to the airline or because of the airline crash, and it was $100,000 USDRs, which is special drawing rights of the IMF. So the amount comes to about that much, or even perhaps more also. So these are all covered by insurance, but it was nice of the chairman Tata Sons to have announced that. But they are covered by the insurance policy which they have to take under the Montreal Convention 1999, of which India is a signatory. So that part is covered, and that I think is not a major consideration. And each injured will also be adequately compensated, depending upon the amount of injury and their income and so on.
Okay.
So this is an accepted airline, not accepted. This is the law of airlines. This is an accepted agreement. So on the compensation part, I'm not talking much because that is regulated by international convention.
Okay, now let me read out a story that has been published by New York Times. It says, quote unquote, Boeing 787 Dreamliner planes have experienced operational problems in the past with passengers on board resulting in injuries, but there has not been a fatality recorded in previous incidents involving the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, according to the Aviation Safety Network database. We are aware of the initial reports and are working to gather more information, Boeing said in a statement. I quote New York Times. New York Times says that the crash comes as Boeing is still wending through a year-long legal saga over two deadly crashes of its 737 MAX planes in 18 and 19 that killed 346 people. The company reached a deal with the Justice Department last month which would spare the company from taking criminal responsibility for the crashes. As part of the deal, Boeing would still have to admit to obstructing federal oversight, pay a fine, contribute to a fund for the families of the victim and invest in safety and quality program. The deal, which must still be approved by a judge, was opposed by many of the families of the crash victims. The airline manufacturer other prominent safety issues. In January 2024, a hole blew up on the Boeing 737 MAX 9 during Alaska airline flight, exposing a passenger to forceful winds. Boeing told regulators in August of that year it would redesign its panel to better quote unquote New York Times. In April 2024, the Federal Aviation was investigating claims made by a Boeing engineer that the section of the fuselage of the 787 Dreamliner, the model involved in the crash in India on Thursday, were improperly fastened together and could break apart mid-flights after 1,000 trips. Boeing said at the time it had done extensive testing on the Dreamliner and determined that this is not an immediate safety of flight issue. Kelly Ortberg, the company's chief executive, described 2025 as a turnaround year in a message to employees in April when the company released better than expected quarterly financial results. The company has shares slid as 8% in pre-market trading on Thursday, and I'm quoting New York Times. Mr. Jha, I'm bringing the question to the manufacturers. I'm turning this conversation around. I'll come to you, Dr. Kaul.
Look, Karthik, what you have just now read out may have relevance. I'm not denying it. But what we have seen today happening here at Ahmedabad, was the fuselage which was broken? No, fuselage was not broken. It may be that after thousands of hours of flying this particular aircraft, fuselage may come in the questions. If the fuselage is in the question, this would have been recorded by the designers, by the people who have inspected, by the people who have certified. Anytime such report comes, it is being locked down by the regulators. So that could be seen subsequently. But here, when we are talking of today's crash, has the fuselage broken? No, fuselage has not broken. Could fuselage, the defect in the fuselage as the gentleman has quoted, could have that resulted in the loss of engines? No, it cannot. So, put the things in its perspective, then we do this. Look, when we do the investigation, accident investigation, aircraft accident investigation, we keep every possible fact on our table. We don't negate any particular fact unless there are reasons to negate it. But we go first by first. What is more probable, that we keep in the front. What could be contributory, we keep the next. And what are the least likelihood, where the evidence suggests that it was not applicable, that we keep on the sides. But we never neglect any piece of evidence which is trying to suggest you something. We keep everything on the table when we do the investigation, aircraft accident investigation.
There's another point on which I want you in, then I'll go to Dr. Kaul. According to the data from the trade group International Air Transport Association, IATA, it says, is it correct, sir? It says the landing phase accounted for more than 53% of all aviation accidents from 2005 to 2023. The takeoff phase was the next most deadly, accounting for 8.5% of all accidents.
Look, the landing is the most demanding phase of an aircraft operation. Landing. Taking off, it's fairly easy. Though many of the people, they take off without considering many other things, like what I was telling you. Even you sitting in any transport aircraft going from place A to place B, you would have seen that before takeoff, aircraft lines up, or even before lining up on the shoulder of the runway, it stays there for some time. And that is the time when all instruments are being checked. And the first officer, the second pilot, co-pilot, what we call it, he keeps on counting everything. There is a chart. With that chart, he lists every instruments before lining up and take off. Even on the lineup, I told you, after you line up, you put the aircraft on the brake, you raise the RPM, and then under those RPMs, maybe 75%, 80% or 85%, then you check those few vital parameters. If that is fine, then only you take off from there. Then only you.
So a very important information has come, which is running on the screen. So the survivor has given a statement. Let me read out, and I want the comment from you and Dr. Kaul. Like 30 seconds after the takeoff, there was a loud noise, and then the plane crashed. It all happened so quickly. When I got up, there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran. There were pieces of planes all around me. Someone grabbed hold of me and put me in an ambulance and brought me to the hospital. After 30 seconds, he said, there was a loud bang.
Yeah, and the plane crashed.
He said, after 30 seconds, there was a loud noise, and then the plane crashed.
So possibly, don't go much by his words. It could be that when the plane has hit the hostel, there would have been bang heard by everyone. And a second later, plane would have crashed. Everything was thrown out. It could be that. Look, the bird will not cause such a bang. We have had so many of the bird strikes in the Indian Air Force. There are various counts of these things. It will not bang. What else can cause to this bang? That is what I'm suggesting, that is what I'm hinting, that the system engineers of the engines will have to look into it, that what caused both engines to back down or pack up or lose its thrust at that moment simultaneously. That is what is bogging most of us. This has to be looked into in the greater details to ensure any further safety in the aviation, particularly in siege of the aircraft.
Okay, Dr. Kaul, you wanted to come in, sir?
Yeah, I wanted to come in at that stage because you see, while Dr. Jha is giving his thing of how the crash could take place or did take place, what I'm saying is that Boeing as a company, it's a 100-year-old company, it's a very famous company, yet of late there have been a lot of inquiries about its casualness of its trying to cut corners and save money. And the fact that you have just quoted that it has made a profit is also something where they've been criticized that they wanted to make profit and not, and therefore cut corners and avoided safety measures which would have cost them more. So these are issues. On 787, there has been a whistleblower within the Boeing company who made a statement, then he was invited and he, by the government, to say whatever he wants in the production. Now, I'm not talking about this particular crash because Dr. Jha has already described what has happened, what are the possibilities, and how this sudden noise came. It was crashed. The only thing I can say is that there is a possibility of a sabotage that should not be ruled out, but that will come out in the inquiry report. But Boeing company has run into a deep problem now because of its lack of, or not even lack of, for its compromising attitude towards proper production of aircraft and therefore trying to increase its profitability.
Play out a visual, sir, very soon. No, I'm going to play out a visual very soon, sir. This is a visual. Let me explain it before I play it out, sir, and then both of you can comment. Sir, this visual, which we are treating right now, and it will be put on air, to my viewers, this visual has been taken from the vantage point of the airport. And this visual shows the way aircraft had lifted, aircraft had reached a point, and then it went down. And this visual, which we are going to break on the screen in a minute's time, will actually show the entire journey of the aircraft. On the right hand side, I'm playing out the worst air crashes, the biggest crashes from the engine trouble that have taken place. But I don't think that's right now I would like to focus on. I would say that the real issue is to get down to the truth, to find out why this crash has taken place. And probably this video will answer a lot of questions, because this video is clearly telling us that something immediately happened, completely 3 to 4 seconds after the liftoff. Because the video shows that immediately after the liftoff, the plane started to come down, and it was not able. And this is the visual. This is the visual. Can we just take out the top? Can we just take out the top band? Let's play this visual here. This is the visual. The plane gets up from the vantage point of the airport. It's going up. We'll play the entire visual. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, and then the plane starts to stall. Then the plane starts to stall. And you can see that it gave no time to the pilots. It just did not give any time to the pilots, and the plane went down. Let us play the visual again. Let us play the visual again. These are exclusive visuals. Mr. Jha, did you see this visual? Mr. Jha, can you please unmute yourself, Mr. Jha? Mr. Jha, can you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry, Karthik. Am
I audible to you, sir? Am I audible to you?
Yeah,
Were you able to see the visual which I just played on air, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now, okay. Please decode this visual for us, sir.
This shows that the aircraft has taken off slightly at a lower below par of the thrust, because usually 787 will take off by about mid of the runway. Now I don't know what is the total length of this runway, but it seems this is an international airport having the specifications of the runway length. It will be about 3.2 kilometers or so. The aircraft has taken off just maybe beyond the halfway of the mark of the runway. Par is slightly below than what otherwise would be expected. Now, after takeoff, now it is a normal takeoff by and large with slightly below par thrust. Look, it is ascending up. It is ascending up. That means the engine was working at this stage, thrust was there. Now, at this moment, now you see the aircraft has stopped going further and has started coming down. This is the time when the pilot will slightly lower the nose from what attitude it was there to gain some forward speed. But he is unable to sustain the flight because engine is not assisting him in maintaining the flight. He is reaching a stall speed. That is when he has decided to go and touch down. So all these are evident from this particular thing. It's a very clueful thing. Another thing, you see the engine. At no time you see any chute or smoke coming out of the engine. That means engine has not caught fire. That is second thing that you can make it out from here. Third thing, if the passenger has walked out from seat number 11, that is a very clueful thing. The impact was not unsurvivable. You know, these are the few things that we can make out from here. And when we are slightly different point, when you are talking of the human factor, look, Karthik, I have told you earlier also, human factor could be on the pilot's part, on the engineer's part, or on the management part, support services and the management. It could be anywhere. Management role is something like this. That is how we call the cheese model of the aircraft accident, though it is not universally acceptable.
Mr. Jha, you made one point. You made one point. Can you just explain it in detail, sir? You said that Dreamliner generally takes off in the middle of the runway. And you said that it looks like that the takeoff was at a slower side. Can you just explain that to us?
I'll tell you. When you are on the takeoff run, takeoff roll, there is a continuous acceleration that goes on. That means thrust is pushing you more and more. In the initial, you are starting from 0 kilometers per hour to somewhere takeoff speed of about 180 odd kilometers. Now from here onward, you see here. Now the acceleration, how it should have gone through, it looks to me here at this moment that acceleration somehow is missing. But he has already hit V1. V1 says that now you can do the unstick part of it. You can take off from there. He has already hit V1. He is at that motion, so he chooses to take off. But then to climb up further, his engine is not supporting him there. Now he is coming down. He is helpless. This is the time when just before this, somewhere when he has started coming down. His engine would have told his parameters in the cockpit would have told him something that you can't sustain this flight. We are coming down. The VSI would have shown him vertical climb indicator that would have shown him that I am coming down. Engine parameters should have shown something that I am winding down. That is the time he would have given a call SOS, Mayday, that I'm unable to sustain flight.
Okay, okay, is Dr. Sanat Kaul with me? Dr. Sanat Kaul, am I audible to you, sir? I think my voice is not reaching. Yes, Mr. Jha, please complete your point. I think there's a technical issue with his line.
If you bring that, okay, next time when you show the same picture, I'll tell you what exactly happens. When we are taking off, that acceleration of the engine keeps you pushing up. That is what I find is missing somewhere here itself. That means immediately after takeoff or just before takeoff, engine has started playing something there. I'll show you. When you get the next run, now this is all fine here. Acceleration is normal. Acceleration is absolutely normal. It is okay at this point. It is okay at this point. Now here after I would have expected it to fasten it further, but it is slightly sluggish here. Now, if you see it now, the ascent rate is ceased. Normally, when we take off, that is the ascent rate. Within a few seconds, you are at 1,000 feet. That is not there here in this case. It has flown so many seconds, but it has not reached there. Aircraft is just about, say, 100 or 120 odd meters above the ground level. So, these are the few things which is telling you that engine is below par at this juncture itself. It has not given away at 600 feet or.
You are saying that basically you are saying that the engine did not provide the relevant thrust. But yes. You also told me, 10 minutes ago, you said that the thrust and the power, the torque, whatever the word is used in the aviation, is checked before the takeoff.
Yes. See what happens when you put the throttle up. Aircraft is under the brake. It will not move. You must have heard. We raise the RPM. We raise the RPM at the top of the RPM, not 100%, maybe around 80% or so. That is the time when you check all the parameters. Thrust, they are not direct. Thrust will be, you can see the thrust only when the aircraft is running. But without the aircraft running, there are the corollary instruments in the cockpit which will tell you that thrusts are there. It is normal. Then only you release the brake. So that would have been normal in this case also, and especially when this aircraft is going for international flight. For next 9 hours, it will be airborne. So no one will take any chance at that time. So everything would have been normal. I can see the aircraft normal till that time. Till that time before.
Absolutely, and suddenly you find that there is no power.
Yeah. This is the time when you see the aircraft ascent is not there.
Yes.
I can't see the aircraft climbing at the way.
Yes. And now it starts going down.
Yeah.
It just starts to go down. If you look at it.
This is the time pilot has given a call. SOS.
Mayday. It just starts to go down. There is no time to react.
There is no time.
This is a clear picture. I mean to say it's completely clear. I mean to say the pilot just did not have the time to react. And look.
He can't do anything. He just can't do anything.
And the entire plane turned into an inferno, sir.
This is the point I was trying to tell you, that investigator, the system engineer of the engine will have to look at it. That what is that single thing or cluster of events in the checking of the engine before takeoff or at the time of making it serviceable that can cause both engine to lose thrust simultaneously. This is something what will be bogging.
Does it look like a case of bird hit, sir?
No, it is not. Both engines, look, these are the massive engines. A small pigeon will go through it without doing any damage. A small pigeon, a crow can make the fighter aircraft go down. But in this massive engine, those pigeons will just pass through. It may not cause any damage. It may not cause anything. And even if one engine goes out, there are the parameters to tell you that yes, my left engine or my right engine is going on. So what you do, you bring that engine back and go 100% on the other engine. Take the emergency action of coming back for emergency landing on one engine. Every pilot have been doing this under the simulation in their simulators n number of times of bringing the aircraft back on one engine and making a normal landing. That's a normal thing that we do.
And sir, the other thing you are saying that it's not a case of bird hit. You are saying that clearly the engine stalled. What causes the stalling of engine?
No, engine doesn't stall. Aircraft stalls. When your speed washes out to make the aircraft remain afloat, that is the time of stall of the aircraft. For aircraft to remain airborne, for it to get lift, there are certain amount of the forward speed which is mandatory. So we call it a stall speed. When the aircraft comes below that speed, then it is the stall speed. Like, we fly a training aircraft, Kiran, Deepak, or Hawk aircraft. We knowingly, wash out the velocity to make the aircraft stall. We do it deliberately. We make the aircraft stall. We make the aircraft to go into the spin, and then this is normal training that every pilot has it. In these aircraft, you can't afford to go on the stall. You just can't afford. So engine has to be that much to keep the aircraft going. And when it starts stalling or speed off there, the normal, the dynamics of the aerodynamics of the aircraft is there. That is the basic thing. So here in this case, obviously, he has not had the full engine even at the time of unstick. Takeoff roll has been normal, but somewhere around as the aircraft when it is taken off, then they can't see the normal rate of climb that usually happens. Usually aircraft goes something like within 1,000 feet. Time. You just level out or something, do it at 1.2 kilometers or so.
Play out that bite. This is a rolling coverage.
On a serious incident that involved an Air India aircraft a short while ago. But first and most importantly, I would like to express deep sorrow about this event. This is a difficult day for all of us at Air India, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, their families, and loved ones. There are many questions, and at this stage, I will not be able to answer all of them. But I do want to share the information we have at this time. Air India flight AI 171 aircraft travelling from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick has been involved in an accident after takeoff. Flight AI 171 was carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members on board. Of the passengers, 169 are Indian nationals, 53 are British nationals, there are 7 Portuguese nationals, and 1 Canadian national.
मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से। मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा उस फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे में से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा कभी लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को, और मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना। हमारी बहन जा रही थी 1 बजे जा रही थी, 1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। तो लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया।
मेरी शादी था, वो 26 थी, लंदन जा रही थी। हाँ, फिर वापस 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए।
Well, thanks for staying with us. We're continuing with our rolling coverage here on News 9 on a tragic day. Air India AI-171 that crashed just after taking off from Ahmedabad. Here are the latest details that we're bringing for all our viewers. Now, this was a London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner. It was carrying 242 passengers and 12 crew members that crashed into a medical college hostel minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad airport this afternoon. At about 1:38 p.m. is when the flight took off, and visuals on your screens. Within a matter of seconds, the plane goes down, is unable to climb up to the right amount of altitude. Visuals captured on mobile camera, and we're going to constantly be showing you all the exclusive footage. It showed the aircraft losing altitude rapidly and crashing into the residential complex. This was the BJ medical area that we're the entire timeline on your screens, even as what really happened with AI. The last moments of the ill-fated flight. There were 169 Indians on board, 53 British passengers, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese nationals. All of these on board the Air India flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. And this is the biggest story that's now come out, is that one miraculous survivor has been found. He's been identified as Ramesh Vishwas Kumar. He was sitting on the 11A seat of the plane, and well, he's at this point in time been saved. He's walked out unscathed. Visuals of him walking out have also surfaced. The miracle survivor of AI Flight 171, Ramesh Vishwakumar, he has survived this particular plane crash, and he says 30 seconds after the takeoff there was a loud noise, and I couldn't make sense of exactly what was happening at that point in time. I woke up, there were charred bodies around me, mangled metal pieces and debris of the plane is all that I could see, and suddenly a hand grabbed for me, put me in an ambulance, and I'm getting this treatment right now. Of course, just a little quotation that media reports are now circulating. This is the miraculous survivor, and if you take a look at the visuals, if you take a look at the descent of the plane and the big ball of fire that erupts, the explosion that happens as soon as the plane crash lands, one would say there was no hope for any survivors, all 242 on board, and that was the word that was coming out earlier. But now it has been confirmed that one miraculous survivor, albeit tragic and unfortunate, that he lost his brother in this entire air disaster. This is the latest CCTV footage that we have for you on your screens. Take a look at this. This is about 1:38 p.m. The plane going for its takeoff. The speed of the plane, the velocity of the takeoff is something that aviation experts have already questioned and are critical of. And the liftoff, that's the liftoff that you can see. And within mere seconds, a short span of unfortunate timing that starts taking place. You see that the plane is constantly losing its altitude, and that too very rapidly. At about 600 odd feet is when the plane came down. It was traveling at about 150 nautical miles to say the least, and that's the big explosion that happens right then and there. Recounting this horrible incident, this lone survivor said that 30 seconds after takeoff there was a loud noise and then the plane crashed. It all happened so quickly. When I got up, there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran, and there was pieces of the plane all around me. Someone grabbed hold of me and put me in an ambulance and brought me to the hospital for treatment. Plumes of thick black smoke spiraled up in the air as soon as Air India 171 crash landed, and after ambulances and firefighting teams quickly rushed to the spot, the plane crashed into the hostel of the BJ Medical College and Hospital. We've got some of those visuals as well. The plane essentially crash landed in the BJ Medical College and Hospital premises. Mangled parts of the plane and parts of the plane wreckage was seen jutted out of a gutted building. Many students are among those injured. If you take a look at the ages of those people that have been admitted in these nearby hospitals, 19-year-old, 18-year-old, many of them 20-year-old, several 24, 22-year-old, young people who've been injured, and many young people who have also lost their lives. Many students are among those injured, like I mentioned. A statement from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation said that the pilot had made a mayday call shortly after takeoff, around 1:38 p.m. Let's take a look at that CCTV footage once again. Right after takeoff, at about 1:38 p.m., That's when the takeoff happens. And the Civil Aviation, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation has said that the pilot made a mayday call shortly after the takeoff at about 1:38 p.m. Boeing shares have plunged meanwhile 6%. As soon as the crash news was reported worldwide, the 787 is one of the largest of commercial planes and has been in operation since 2009. However, it has reported repeated technical issues, including problems with its hydraulic system, the flaps and the front tires. That's the situation that we're dealing with. Those are the latest details. 1 crore rupees ex gratia and compensation that's been announced by the Tata Group for each of the family members of the deceased passengers. New CCTV visuals that have been coming to light, exclusive visuals on your screens. And mind you, we're also understanding that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he's already in Ahmedabad. He's going to be taking stock of the situation very, very soon. The Aviation Minister, Mohan Naidu, he's made his way to Ahmedabad and the crash site. He was earlier witnessed at the crash site. He was taking stock of the entire situation. Prime Minister Modi is also expected to be making his way to Ahmedabad. But several of those questions that have now come to the fore, the red flags that have been raised in this ever fast growing aviation industry of ours. Is it really safe to travel by air? That's the biggest question that people are now asking about. And with the survivor, with the miraculous story of that one survivor, lots of questions about safe zones and impact sites on a particular plane. Seat number 11A is the particular seat where this survivor was seated. Joining me here on the broadcast, Captain Kishore Chinta, Chief Pilot, Sirius India Airlines Private Limited, Amit Singh, Flight Safety Expert, Captain Ishan Khalid, Aviation Expert. Many thanks for joining us here, and Air Commodore Dr. Ashminder Singh Bahal, Aviation Expert. All these aviation experts with us on the broadcast to help us better understand exactly what happened in the last minutes of that ill-fated AI-171. Captain Kishore, let me quickly come to you. First and foremost, how does a Dreamliner, one of the most modern aircrafts in today's time, go down like this so early? I mean, take a look at those CCTV footages. Let's play that out again. And Captain Kishore, how about you, walk the viewers through this particular video? Exactly what has happened? Is the velocity lacking? When the plane really lifts off, is it unable to climb to that satisfying altitude figure? And what about the correlation instruments on the pilot's screen inside the cockpit? What kind of remedies did the pilot have at their disposal? The last few minutes of the ill-fated airline, what do you think must have gone on in the cockpit?
Good evening. Thank you for having me over here. It appears to be that all was normal on the initial part of the takeoff roll as per the latest CCTV footage which we can view on the screen. At some point of time, just before the aircraft got airborne, there seems to be some smoke coming out of the engines. Something definitely went wrong. It's speculation whether it was birds. It's very difficult to make out birds on CCTV footage. The aircraft did not have enough power to continue climbing out. So the max altitude it reached with whatever little partial power it had was about 625 feet. So the airfield elevation being close to 200, we can assume that close to a little over 400 feet above the ground. So the pilots would have had indications the moment they got airborne about the engine's power winding down, which they duly gave a mayday call. That's all probably the time they had to assess the situation and see what they could have done best. They seem to have kept the wings level, which is probably the best thing they've done, due to which we still have one survivor for an airplane which probably would have been close to 200 tons for a flight from Ahmedabad to London, carrying close to 50 to 60 tons of fuel. That's a colossal amount of fuel and aircraft weight to fly any further without engines working. So
thanks for giving us, a detailed idea of exactly what might have prevailed. Captain Shyam Singh, aviation expert, is also with us on the broadcast. Captain, take a look at this visual. We were earlier speaking to, of course, Captain Kishore. What happens right here when the plane starts descending? What do you think exactly happened at this particular point in time? Because everything else happened so soon, so swiftly. I don't know whether the pilots had the reflexes or the wherewithal to control this situation. Had it been the Hudson for Captain Sully, maybe the pilot would have looked for an open field or a river body, a water body. But that wasn't the case here. What exactly happens at that precise moment when the plane starts coming down again? Captain Sham, please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you, Pradeep, for giving me the opportunity. I need correction on my name, Captain Shyam Kumar from Indian Navy. Right. So, first of all, I would want to tell you that I have covered certain comments on your channel today in the afternoon, and I continue with that this is an accident which is one of the critical, at the very critical stage of flight. World over, we know since the accidents are happening more during the takeoff and landing, and this is one of that Murphy law which has happened today at Ahmedabad, and which is unfortunate. My sympathies to the families who have lost their Keith and Keen, and those who have survived. This is also a miracle that he is going to be a great witness to the AAIB team, which is going to look into the accident and find out the truth. So, firstly, the takeoff conditions in which this has taken place. Any comment on the cause of accident would be premature, and it is a national crisis. It has passengers from India and abroad, British, Portuguese, and Canadian, and we must have patience to understand the implications of this. We have lost many of our close family members, so we must wait for the accident analysis. But as you see the video of the aircraft which is going down, it is a total normal landing kind of situation. That means the aircraft has lost its power and has started descending on a takeoff leg. So actually in a takeoff condition, it has started landing. Nose is up, wings are level, and the aircraft is following straight path after takeoff. It has crossed the perimeter of the runway of the airfield, and thereafter it has started climbing, and at just 190 meter or 625 feet, it has also given a mayday call. That means immediately on takeoff or at end of the takeoff leg, during leaving the runway, something has happened which has caused loss of power. Now, this is the only thing when I can see. Other conditions could be loss of power, could be many reasons for loss of power. Both engines going together and losing power is very, very, very rare in aviation fraternity. I being a flight safety man from the Indian Navy side and having part of the almost 2,000 to 3,000 accidents in the committee of Air Force, Navy and Army, and also having a DGCA license and having associated with these accidents in a very close manner and carried out many of the analysis, board of inquiries, remedial measures, I realize that we'll have to look at the material failure or bird hit, something where the pilot had no choice other than to just put the craft straight
Captain
ahead.
Shyam Singh, what does the black box typically reveal in this kind of investigation? Of course, the survivor is going to be a key witness for the investigation that is going to be carried out in this matter. But what can we expect from the preliminary findings? We're sitting on 5-6 hours after the crash, and we still haven't been able to ascertain why this essentially happened. And whilst everybody's talking about the black box, which again, telling the viewers who don't know, isn't colored black, it's essentially fluorescent orange in color. Of course, both the captains can correct me here on air. What do we find in these kind of crashes? What is it that the investigators are looking for in the black box?
Black box is orange because mostly all these things which are safe at sea in the water conditions, they are all orange. Because you see the life buoy, the jackets, all these are orange in color because it is catering for the water ditching of the aircraft. And when it ditches inside, it goes to the depth. It is depth resistant, it is fire resistant, it is jerk resistant, mechanical resistant. The aircraft, it transmits its position after going into the water. So it has a sonar attached kind of thing. On land, there is no problem because, and it is in generally tail part of the aircraft. Tail part has been, I believe, intact. It is hung onto the hostel building, and that is how I think we have saved some passengers from the rear seats. So that would be one. CVR and FDR, that is cockpit voice reporting and flight data recording. This, all the engine parameters, all the electrical parameters, avionics parameters, whatever is the immediate requirement, fuel computers, etc., fueling, all this will be recorded in the black box in the flight data recorder. And cockpit voice recorder will have the crew coordination, the air traffic control versus pilot coordination, etc., etc. So all this data will give a very good clue, and these two witnesses who have been in aircraft will also throw some light onto the conditions before takeoff. That was there any alarm or was there any cause of concern before takeoff when aircraft was on runway? Foreign object damage is one thing which I also are looking forward to understand, that in case of any ingestion of small paper or a small pebble, small stone, or any even a leaf in the engine compressor could seize the compression, but could be one engine could be flaming out. There is no fire indication. ATC has not observed any external fire onto the engines, and it has a pilot has given a mayday call. I'm sure with the mayday call, pilot would have given one word or two words of the cause or indications or the symptoms that he is experiencing, like, either grinding noise or, engine flame out or winding of the engine. At least one word or two words normally pilot utters on emergency conditions. I don't know whether, although it is, as a pilot, I could feel that I'm sure there will be hardly any time on this, but he's been very, very, I think he's used his skills to give mayday call and alerted the safety services, because accident has happened beyond the perimeter of the Ahmedabad airport. So there is another safety drill, another way. There are the maps. There are standard procedures for the safety teams to
look at some of those fresh visuals on our screens as well. Take a look at some of those fresh visuals. These are exactly from the crash site. Like you were mentioning, the tail of the aircraft was seen hanging, jutted out of that gutted building. You can see that, and these are visuals from inside the hostel premises, where exactly you can see the mangled pieces of not only the plane, but also the destruction that happened, I'm guessing, on impact over here. You can see some benches, maybe a cafeteria sort of a situation, and you can also see the landing gear of AI-171 protruding from one of those walls. And many people are also talking about how strong the building was to withstand this huge explosion. But, again, going across to Captain Kishore Chinta, even as we're continuing to play these visuals, many people were having their lunch in the afternoon when this clash actually took place, and I think those plates still kept just like that. Again, showcasing how life has completely come to a standstill for not just the 241 passengers, but for people who love them, their loved ones, their relatives, their family members, and of course, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, Kinjarapu Mohan Naidu, the Aviation Minister, they've both taken stock of the situation on the ground over there. We'll have to see what kind of interrogation now, brings to the light. But Captain Kishore, the survivor was found on seat 11A. Firstly, you've looked at the explosion yourself. We've been talking about it, trying to walk the viewers through it as well. How rare is it to find a survivor in this mega explosion of sorts of a crash, in this high impact crash that has now come to light from Ahmedabad? And what does this tell us about safety of seats in particular zones? Are there, impact sites that are more vulnerable than others in a particular aircraft? Because you can see the tail hanging over there, but 11A suggests that the seat was somewhere up front. And I was going through the seat map of the 787 Dreamliner. I think the aisle 11 seat is still about 2 to 3 rows behind the emergency exit. So what was this man doing near the emergency exit? Going by his own statement, which could be very traumatic right now because he was part of this explosion as well. And thanks to the Lord, weird ways of God's mercy, miraculously he's been saved. What does this tell us about impact sites? What does this tell us about seat allocation? Can one be smart about it?
It's actually a miracle that he actually survived the impact and the post-impact ball of fire. There are zones which would have more tensile strength in terms of the aircraft. Close to the wings would be stronger because obviously the wings are going to be attached over there. The load-bearing factors would be different for various sections of the airplane. but it all depends on the angle of impact and the speed of impact. You can't really say which seat or which row of seats would be safe. If it was a nose down impact, probably the front part of the aircraft would be unsafe. Here it was with the nose up, so in all probability, the tail portion of has hit the building and would have sheared off the forward part of the fuselage, wherein probably exactly where the row 11 was there in business class, probably he might have got flung away from the fireball and happened to survive. So it's all speculation. It's also speculative whether he did have a seatbelt on. If he had a seatbelt on, might have been pinned onto the seat. So there are multiple factors which play on. Let's just be happy that he survived and he can give us a live account on how quickly things happened. We've seen it on the video itself, how quickly things transpired.
No, you're absolutely right. Also with us on the broadcast, Air Commodore Dr. Ashminder Singh Bahal, aviation expert. Commodore Ashminder Singh, I'm at a loss for words for the explosion that we saw. And I think equally profoundly happy that we have one survivor who's walked away from this unscathed. Like, Captain Kishore was telling us, this is absolutely miraculous, but about 5 to 6 hours that have transpired since the crash happened. What are your opening comments? What are you looking at? How are you understanding these developments? And what kind of red flags do we now need to talk about when we're looking at reformation in our aviation industry?
Very nice questions, in fact, and thank you for calling me to your prestigious channel. Let me tell you this, that at 625 feet, something has happened because of which both the engines have powered down. So that much is clear, whether it is that they are flying through a flock of birds or whether it's a technical defect. But I do not agree with the FOD, because FOD, that is foreign object damage, will take place probably in one engine. It cannot simultaneously have in both the engines. Secondly, till 625 feet, everything was going fine. Thirdly, there was no single engine yaw, which means turn to one side when one engine flames out and the other continues. Next is the aircraft coming down. If you see, the aircraft was controllable, but there was no power. Now, the pilot was attempting to raise the nose up, and that he was doing to avoid the building, which was coming up in front. And if you see towards the end, his nose was fairly up, which means his controls were working fine. But there was no power in the engines, there was no lift, and there was no forward velocity for him to generate the lift necessary to keep the aircraft and climb up. So what happened? The tail portion, because of the nose-up attitude, hits the building first, where there is a mess of the hospital, where a number of people also had fatalities. So this is one aspect. Second is when the other part of the aircraft falls down, it first there is a crash, and then you see there is a difference for a very, very few or a maybe marginal second. You find there is an explosion, because now the entire aircraft is filled with fuel, and the fuel catches fire, and there is an explosion, huge ball of fire as well as smoke. It is indeed very, very tragic that this has happened. And you were talking of Miraculous.
Let me ask you another question.
I want to take just 30 seconds more. Right. There is a miracle, but yes, there are a number of such examples that have taken place earlier. One was Japan Airlines aircraft in 1985. It goes and hits Mount Takamagara, and at a speed of 600 to 700 kilometers, there were 4 survivors. And again, there was a Chinese airline aircraft that crashed just before the runway, and there were 5 to 6 survivors. And if I remember right, the seat number was about 16 or so in one of these crashes. It is not dependent on the row that we are sitting. What depends is what is the attitude of the aircraft, which I agree with the captain when he was explaining, that at which you impact the ground or impact an object, that will determine what gets thrown out and who gets saved. And again, it's God's hand, and I'm assuring you that unless jisko rakhe sai maar sake na koi, and that is absolutely true.
Well, all right. We've got some reactions coming from various family members. Of course, they're bereaving right now. Somebody's lost a cabin crew member. One of them was a passenger. And many of them now running from pillar to post to get some sort of information on where their mortal remains are so they can give some sort of information out there. The Tata Group has, in fact, announced a 1 crore rupee compensation for all the family members of the deceased passengers. But yet again, how do you put a price on somebody's life? Here are some reactions coming across from the family members. Take a listen.
मेरा सिस्टर अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से। मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा उस फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
हमारे नेबर की लड़की लंदन में ही रहते थे, बड़ौदा से हम अभी आए हैं। अंदर जाने ही नहीं, अपडेट ही नहीं है कुछ, तो कैसे पता चलेगा? हमारी बहन जा रही थी, 1 बजे जा रही थी, 1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। तो लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन। मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी, और इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए, ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर।
मेरे अंकल और मेरे आंटी जा रहे थे। परिस्थिति यह है कि अभी जो हमारे को न्यूज मिला है, जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है उसकी वो मिला है, दूसरा हमको कुछ नहीं मालूम वहाँ क्या है और क्या नहीं।
Well, all of these 242 passengers, these are 242 different stories. One of them of a Kerala nurse, Ranjita, whose journey ended in a tragedy. I was reading up about this particular lady's dream of serving in the United Kingdom's, health ministry and the National Health Services, the NHS in the UK, had only come back for 3 days back home to take a stock of how her home renovation was coming across, and was then again flying back, but it ended on a tragic note. You know what, Captain Shyam Kumar, apologies for getting your name wrong right at the beginning of the show, but Captain Shyam, when you're looking at the credibility of a pilot, there are stipulations by the DGCA. One has to be flying for a certain amount of hours to get that commercial pilot license. But in terms of experience, because we have some sort of information, the co-pilot had about 1100 hours under his belt, and the main pilot had about 8,000 hours under their belt. What do these two numbers tell us about their own experience? And this is not trying to, shove mud on their reputation. I'm sure if good sense had prevailed, they did everything in their, grasp to make sure that everybody landed safely. But that wasn't the case in this situation. What do these two figures tell us? 1100 hours of flying time and 8,000 hours of flying time for the pilot and the co-pilot respectively.
Thank you, Kabir. My condolences to the family members of these two great pilots, experienced pilots. DGCA has a very strong norms for training, induction into the companies, and thereafter maintaining the standards of these pilots by check flights, by orientation, by route checks, by many exams that takes place. It's not only the training and the induction. These pilots are subjected to regular checks by the check pilots, by the executive pilot, by the senior members. The safety team carries out audit on them. There are theoretical, practical orientations that keep taking place, simulator flying, regular simulator flying, and they're expected to maintain a proper flying records of how much hours periodically they have done simulator flying, so that they're conditioned properly onto the flight regime throughout their operations. And a lot of safety checks are done. As an instructor pilot of the Navy, Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, I have trained more than 100 pilots in the military at least, and understand that, and also have been interacting with the DGCA associations for many time. I have been a flight safety man at Naval Headquarters for 3 years. So psychological aspects of human training, their learning curve, their experience, and their fault analysis, all these are part of the system of air safety, flight safety in all companies and all organizations. I don't have any doubts about the capabilities and credibility of these pilots, because one, the captain was very, very experienced, and the co-pilot also had enough experience to assist the pilot. In the regime that today we saw, in which the accident has taken place, is the critical regime of the flight. And in takeoff leg, as we see the video from the rear, it is very clear that till the time they took off, the aircraft was quite safe and it has taken off in a proper SOP manner. And the wings are level, attitude is up, aircraft is climbing. And after about 3 to 4, 5 seconds or so, you can see the aircraft has just in the same configuration without any change in the nose, in the wings, the aircraft has started descending. And it has descended also as if it looks like it is going for a normal landing. You know, nose up and maybe trying to avoid the, God wish there was a clear patch ahead, the aircraft could have landed. With this pilot's experience, I'm very sure the aircraft could have landed. I remember in Tirupati, November 1993, Air India aircraft went to Hyderabad from Chennai and came back because of bad weather, and it lost fuel and shot off the hill next to the Nala. The aircraft landed on the paddy field and the entire wing broke, the engine broke, the pilot was sitting on the wings. I took off from Arkonam, which is the nearest airfield from the Navy, and was the first person to reach on site. I saw Mr. Bhalla, Captain Bhalla, I remember waving at me, and I lifted 3 members and took them to Tirupati as the first person to arrive at the scene of action. I've seen that accident from my eyes. Where there was a runway made by the aircraft on the paddy fields, as if he had landed on a runway. And he saved because it was a paddy field which had a lot of water and therefore no fire. So here these things were not
had it been, and that again raises questions about how soon can we start constructing residential areas near these airport sites and in the vicinity of any international airport or a busy airport. Captain Chinta, let me come to you next. Let's talk about the burden on the aviation industry as well. Many people are talking about how the airlines are now used like bus services. There's not even time. You've got frantic passengers waiting at the boarding gate, trying to scream on the on-ground workers, where is my flight? Where is my flight? Why don't you cancel it? Everybody wants everybody is running a rat race. And because of that, maybe the security checks, they're not being carried out the way that they should be. A plane lands, a quick security check happens, and then suddenly it's embarked on its subsequent journey. Is that one factor? Can we look at it as a factor, the burden on Indian aviation per se?
I would beg to differ. At no point of time is safety compromised anywhere in the world. It's like saying just because the turnaround time of an Indigo flight is 15 to 20 minutes or any other low-cost carrier doesn't mean that any safety checks between landing and the next takeoff is compromised upon either by the pilots or the engineers who turn around the airplane or refuel the airplane is to me an absurd possibility. If I'm the pilot, I'm flying an airplane, even at the cost of delaying the flight, I would not take a shortcut on not doing the mandatory checks which are required to be done to assure the safety of myself, the aircraft, and the passengers who are traveling with me. So that's not a possibility which I would...
Captain Kishore, are there any room for lapses when a security check is being going on? I agree and I understand thoroughly what you're saying and where you're coming from. Of course, nobody would want to undermine security, but is there room for lapses in these security checks?
See, human errors can happen at any point of time, anywhere across the globe. But did a lapse happen would only be brought out by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau after looking at all the data available to them through various channels, whether it's the cockpit voice recorder, the flight data recorder, the CCTV footage on the ramp, everything available would bring out the actual truth on what exactly happened, whether there were any lapses, whether there were any technical defects which were overlooked, which is unlikely that the aircraft would have been released for dispatch, even if there was a minor technical defect which would impact safety.
That's going to come out later in the investigation, but all in all, we're pretty much secure on that front. But what I'm trying to understand is, let me rephrase that. Air Commodore, Dr. Ashminder Singh Bahal, aviation expert, also with us on the broadcast. Air Commodore, let's look at it in the way that India is one of the fastest growing aviation markets, but on the other hand, do we have the same infrastructure that's keeping pace with our demands, with the industry's growth? How about we talk about that for a second?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice question, Kabir. There is a great push by the current government to enhance the infrastructure, increase the number of airports, and work on the current airports to increase the way they can handle passengers as well as the number of flights that can take off at any given moment of time. You can see the work being done at Hyderabad. You can see the work you can see at many airports. But again, the category B or C type of airports, definitely the infrastructure will take time to build up. And we were talking of, whether it's a case of sabotage. And I want to say a few words on that, if you permit. I really do not think that there is any indication till now that there has been sabotage, because suppose there is a sabotage, either the aircraft explodes in the air, or if there is a mixing of fuel or something done to the oil filters, it's not very easy because this aircraft has come. Only thing he's done is mainly refueling, and the rest of the major servicing parts or maintenance things have been done earlier. It's come from Mumbai, if I'm not mistaken, and then it's going to London. It's not that this is the one place that it is originating from. So I personally feel that it is not a case of sabotage, because if there was a problem with the fuel, it would have flamed out on ground. It wouldn't have taken up to at 625 feet, where both engines now start packing up. So it sounds to me slightly that we are jumping the gun of saying that there is a case of sabotage. But I totally agree. I'll give you one instant where Captain Sully Salang Berger, he was flying from LaGuardia Airport. He took off at 3,000 feet. He had both engine failure and he landed at Hudson River. You remember that famous case where an aircraft, a serviceable Airbus 320 landing on Hudson River, everybody was saved, but that was primarily...
I'm sure Tom Hanks did his best to remind everybody over the years. He's done a fantastic film on that landing per se. But when the investigation, because the aftermath of the crash is also something that people are now interested about. Like I've been mentioning, these are 242 different stories, and each story must come to light with equal, ferocity. This was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. But how do investigators now identify the bodies? The DNA sampling has begun. Actually, you know what? Would you mind if I take this question to Captain Shyam Kumar, who was the first responder on that other crash site? Maybe Captain Shyam can better divulge as to what happens next in the aftermath. Captain Shyam, over to you. The DNA sampling has been announced by the hospital, but what all does the aftermath and the forensics and the investigation entail after this level of a crash?
DGCA, obviously the manager of the airport itself has certain responsibilities. First of all, when such crashes take place, he is expected to cordon off the area and hold the circumstantial evidences, witnesses, footage, ramp, CCTV, and the FDR, and nothing should be lost. So these clues are going to be, and there is a first tier, second tier, third tier, immediate response. Thereafter, deliberated response. People will go from Delhi and then they will carry on the investigation. There will be board which will be announced by AAIB. It is an independent body and out of DGCA's purview, and it works under the ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, under United Nations, and these are a standard format which are laid, and everything is checklisted. Everything is clearly laid down. What is to be done within 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 6 hours, 24 hours. And then accordingly, you have seen CMD of Air India, Tata, Chief Minister, Home Minister, Prime Minister, the UK Prime Minister, everybody's spoken few words because we cannot predict anything. AAIV is the authority to carry out investigation, and in which the medical reports, DNA sampling, medical reports, the FDR, CVR, as I said earlier, all the clues which are available, and the people who are collateral damage, where the civilians have been injured, and the eyewitnesses which are around, they will be quickly collected and they will be recorded so that they are not lost, or people give their transparent views and independent views. Every witness, the footage matters, and AAIB would need all this, and that is why there is a set pattern of keeping these evidences intact not lost, and the district authorities are also part of it. The entire team is briefed, and the airport authority, airport people have the licensing with the district on such, and there are exercises which are carried out on a regular basis to sensitize the accident and the accident management system, and they carry out rehearsals for it, whether off base, inside the perimeter accident, or outside the perimeter accident. They have road maps, they have access to roads, how to move, how the fire brigade and ambulance and rescue team will quickly move to the area. This is a major accident, but the SOP has contingency plans for all this, and the SOP for carrying out investigation. It is a very standard procedure. Let me tell you all, and the audience must know, it is one of the stringent aviation world, and operation and safety is most stringent operations in the world, and it is very risky, very challenging. And when we fly in the aircraft, we hurry up, we try to demand things, we criticize things. Yes, everything may not be SOP, but as far as the air conditioning or some touch screen not working or some luxury items are not working, they may be sometimes faulty, but it doesn't actually compromise the core systems like airframe, engines, hydraulics, aviation, avionics, electric power system, etc., and the cargo handling, the ramp handling, the aircraft on runway, the runway equipments, radar, etc., and aircraft control tower, and they are also licensed. They will also be investigated. The tower communication, the aircraft control tower person who was there on duty, and there are people who were watching it with the binocular, etc. So visual witnesses of the aircraft while takeoff is also important. Flaps, undercarriage, the tire, where was the tire, where is the flaps? See, flaps is one part which we have also have to keep in mind, that if there is a hydraulic failure, then there are indications of that also. Although everything is fine, it appears to be. But then these are also the facts which have to be brought out in the investigation to the investigation team.
Captain Kishore, and to all the viewers also, Captain Sham, let me apprise the viewers about two particular relief flights that have been started by Air India, one from Delhi and one from Mumbai each. This for the next of kin of the passengers, whoever wants to make their way to Ahmedabad. These two relief flights have been started by Air India. Now, Captain Chinta, let's also talk about Boeing, the Dreamliner. Their past instances and past cases, already the shares plunged about 6% as soon as the report of this entire crash went global. How do we look at Boeing's own credibility on the global stage now, and how much of aviation and airline carriers that rely on Boeing for their day-to-day activities? Any kind of light that you want to throw on the Boeing debacle here?
Okay, but Boeing definitely has been on the downslide after the 737 MAX crashes and the debacle and the whole fiasco on checks being reduced on the 737 MAX. But however, on the Dreamliner per se, we're talking about this particular aircraft equipped with the General Electric Gen X engines, which were state of art with FADEC, and the only known instance on the Dreamliner of a Gen X engine failing was on a Qatar Airways 787 in probably 2019, if I recall right. Otherwise, there have been no known failures on these particular General Electric engines on the Boeing 787. So, credibility of these engines has been phenomenal ever since this aircraft has been manufactured. Boeing per se has had a bad run with the 737 MAX. As an organization, definitely has had issues which are known to everyone in the public. But having said that, these airplanes which have been in service for more than 15 years, this particular airplane, the 787, is so modern that it has something called thrust asymmetry control. So even if it lost one engine, the other engine has got 70,000 pounds of thrust, enough to make the aircraft climb out. You unlike older generation airplanes, you wouldn't even have to apply rudder significantly to keep the wings level. So you won't even come to know. And on the 787, you can engage the autopilot at as low as 200 feet. So there is nothing drastic which the pilots have to do in case of a single engine failure. So it's clearly loss of thrust on both the engines, which has caused what has happened, a catastrophic event like this on this class of airplane.
That's quite eloquently put and well summarized as well. We've got some political reactions. Let's listen into how, various political leaders have been reacting to this horrible crash that we've been tracking from Ahmedabad, AI-171, completely going up in flames. All but one survivor, they're feared dead at this point in time. Of course, no official number that has come out, and we must not speculate, at least on those death toll figures. But what we can definitely tell you that, and it's miraculous, Captain Kishore, Captain Shyam Kumar, Commodore Behel, they've all been talking to me about it, that it's miraculous that one person walked away on foot, unscathed, in this huge crash that we're talking about. I'll take a listen to some political reactions, and then we'll show you what's happening at Vijay Rupani's, at his home address, at his residential place. We lost the former Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. He was on board this fateful flight. We'll tell you all about it. For now, quick political reactions.
ये बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है, बहुत ही दुर्दैवी घटना है। 242 प्रवासी उसमें प्रवास कर रहे थे। उसमें माजी मुख्यमंत्री, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री विजय रूपानी जी, वो भी प्रवास कर रहे थे। उनकी भी दुखद मृत्यु हुई है और मैं उन सभी लोगों के दुख में सहभागी हूँ, उनके बारे में संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ।
It's a very sad day in the life of all of us, and from the visuals that we are watching on television, things don't look very good, and we can only hope, since there is no official news regarding casualties, so I don't want to comment on that, but our prayers for all the passengers, their family members. I think it's a sad day.
Well, it's a very tragic and a very sad day, and we all are very concerned that such an accident has taken place. Our condolences to the victims and their families.
In Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones.
आघात लगा है, इतना भयंकर हादसा हो गया है और प्लेन का क्रैश होना कैसे कहते हैं। वो जो जहाँ गिरा है कहते हैं वो हॉस्टल था, तो रिपोर्ट अभी पूरी आई नहीं है, आती जा रही है और मैं समझता हूँ कि जो आज दुख पूरे मुल्क को हुआ है वो शब्दों में व्यक्त भी नहीं कर सकते।
Well, Captain Shyam Kumar continues to be with us on the broadcast. Captain Shyam Kumar, the way forward, let's talk about that as well. Of course, in the hours to come, we'll get better understanding of exactly who survived, who's not survived, what was the reason behind this crash after the black box has been obtained, and they get all sorts of investigation information from the black box. Of course, the DGCA is going to be carrying out their own interrogation and probe. The DNA sampling is on. But what are other factors that, everyday laymen do not look at when you're talking about big airline crashes, the way forward after this horrible news? Captain Shyam, you'll have to unmute yourself. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. So, one or two points comes in my mind, Kabir, straightway, which generally we must cooperate with the airport authorities to help them in safe flying operations. Firstly, the bird hit which can take place, and Ahmedabad and supposedly Delhi also is very infamous airports for bird hits. So bird hits up to 2,000, 3,000 feet of the height, which is the critical.
Analysts telling us that, a bird hit is more detrimental for the fighter jets, but these big engines, they can easily swallow a bird and throw it out as well. And like you were pointing out yourself, that these are twin-engined aircrafts and they have enough capacity to keep it going even if one engine fails. So is bird hit really that big of a factor, Captain?
Yes, it is a factor because, it depends upon at what place and which place and which angle the bird has hit the aircraft. And if the compressor gets damaged, then engine can flame out. So it is not very sacrosanct that no, it can not happen. Therefore, all the airports have their bird menace. They have the SOP. They have the local committee with the district authorities against the butcheries around the airfield, and they have the guns. They fire guns. They deter the birds. These are activities take place on all the airports, the civil airports, which are flying the white-bodied aircraft like this 787. So it cannot be ruled out that bird hit can be a possibility. And then I don't know whether I can throw down light on this, whether the engines developed sufficient power. The way aircraft has taken off, it looks so smooth. And runway takeoff distance, the pilot not able to understand any problem, and any problem has not happened, but engine has not developed sufficient power, and it has taken off, crossed the perimeter, and thereafter, just after takeoff, and few feet of height has started going in the same symmetric level. There is no even change of any angle. Nothing is happening. As you say, autopilot can be engaged. Rudders have no big problem to keep the aircraft nose straight. Wings are level. So has the aircraft not developed adequate power that it could remain wing-borne and sustain the weight of the aircraft in air? And therefore, he started going down. And when the pilot realized, as he took off, and he realized that it doesn't have power, because there is no jerk on the aircraft. There is no change. There is nothing happening in the aircraft. So, I mean, I'm just talking about the video. So anyway, I mean, it is again speculations. These are very difficult to understand. But as far as pilot is concerned, I said earlier, he just landed the aircraft in the premises that he found in front of him. My audience must understand that there is no way that he could have found a clear patch. Please don't mistake it for a fighter pilot or some aircraft which are at higher height, who says that he turned away from the villages and the
in-flight moment, Captain Sham, in that fight-in-flight moments for these pilots, these brave pilots, what do you think must have gone through their brains? Because they possibly had seconds before to decide what exactly to do. What must have gone through their minds?
Kabir, it is a very standard drill. On the takeoff leg, very standard drill. By so-and-so feet of runway, if there is something happens, you abandon takeoff and you carry out immediate stoppage of the engines and carry out emergency braking. You may even reach up to the perimeter, but the pilot has to take quick decision to understand whether he's abandoning takeoff or he's taking off. There are situations in which, if there are situations in which the aircraft has got some problem on runway and he feels that he will hit the perimeter, but he can get airborne safely and come back and land. People do it. Even that kind of decisions are taken by pilots. That is the instant reactions and responses of reflex actions of the pilot. But it doesn't happen on spot. They are trained for it. These are all discussed during training. The emergency drills are carried out at runway, at so-and-so length of runway, at so-and-so length of runway. When you have taken off 200 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, and you knowing that pilot and co-pilot know that you straightforward as per the flight reference, and they have to verbatim understand this, read them, and carry out practice. So that and they are blindfolded and checked on all parts of the aircraft. They are blindfolded so that they can just feel all the equipments in the aircraft without even that is called conditioning in the cockpit. So these things are done. It is very stringent, standard operating procedures which have been laid down for the flying operations in all companies, both in military as well as in the civil sector. So I mean, the norms are very clear. Pilots are conditioned, trained, and they are kept updated on these emergency drills. So I'm sure at takeoff leg, both the pilots knew their duties. They were carrying out their duties properly. They don't have to look at each other. They are like almost mechanical on the situation, because thinking has there's no place to think. There is no time for thinking and analyzing. It is that this happened.
Shyam, that one survivor who's miraculously walked out of this entire explosion unscathed, what that one survivor tells us is that right at the beginning there was a loud noise before things happened so quickly and he couldn't, understand what exactly prevailed. He woke up with bodies around him, the mangled metal around him, and he was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. But he says that right at the start of the takeoff, there was a loud noise. What do you think that might have been?
This is what is worrying me. Actually, that's why I didn't want to say this. This is just now I'm thinking that, this is what is worrying me, Mr. Kabir. I'm not sure, but something has happened maybe on the runway itself, and the pilot has decided that no, if he stops now, it may hit the perimeter, and that would be worst. That would be like going and hitting a wall and blasting an aircraft. So he has probably thought of going ahead with the takeoff and continued and sustained some height before he started losing. Look at the aircraft on the video. It is as it is, as if nothing has happened in the air. So if this witness says that there is a bang on the ground, that means you can understand what I mean by that. And in that case, if there is something which has happened to the aircraft on ground, but it has taken off. I mean, this could be a pilot's decision, and it has to be again reassessed and recalibrated that why you must have done it. And it is pretty mature for me to do it. But as I have just painted a picture to you, the decision to abandon takeoff depends upon the pilot, and he can have a best compromise whether he can get airborne safely and come back and land even with one engine. But then it is all his decision at that moment, and there is no question of asking co-pilot or
Suggesting is that this could have been a pilot decision because of the lack of velocity or something that happened on the runway. The pilot decided to take off, get some air, climb up to some height, or else he would have bashed into the periphery wall, which we saw in the latest South Korean Jeju Airlines crash as well. After it landed, it went and banged into the periphery wall. I don't think anybody survived that crash as well. Is that what you're suggesting, Captain?
Yeah, this is one of the factors. You see, as I said, it is a national crisis. It is a very, very sensitive issue, and we must let AIB collect the evidences, and then the other circumstantial evidences, the exhibits that we have there, which have been collected, and we cannot jump to the conclusion of all this. But since we are discussing, and I actually the kind of things which I am trying to put through is just to sensitize I'm exactly pointing out that but these are the things which may happen in flight in such situations as things are being seen from media reports. And I am sensitizing the audience through your channel that these are the possibilities. We must not say pilot error, material failure. There are psychological aspects, there are decision-making aspects, there are very quick reflex actions involved in such situations. Even if everything is fine, everything is laid down in SOP, everything is well practiced, conditioned, but there is in between the line one fine day things happens which was not exactly written there. And in this case, if it has happened, then the pilot had to come as the human factor and take the final call. That is why you need the pilot during takeoff and landing, else the aircraft can take off. I was told in the Air Force Academy, even a monkey can fly. But the fact is, one fine day that monkey will not be able to handle the emergency situations. So this is one of the rare accidents which has happened, I feel, where there is a clear-cut, pilot decisions probably, or in later case, when he took off, when he realized that there is no thrust, he had to land the aircraft straight ahead. Unfortunately, there was a hospital and there was a hostel where he tried to clear, but his nose remained up and he still got stuck, and then he went and crashed ahead of the building. And then the blast of the 1 lakh ton of fuel, which probably would have charged everyone. DNA report will say what type of accident it is. Medical reports will be very, very important here in sense of where the blast took place, wherein just before landing or after.
You're watching News 9. I'm Krishna Kumar. We're getting you all the latest as far as the Ahmedabad air tragedy is concerned. We begin with our headlines. One survivor in the Air India Dreamliner crash that killed 241 in Ahmedabad. Out of the 242 aboard, only British national Vishwash Kumar Ramesh survived. Officials fear death toll may rise as the jet crashed into a residential area, in fact, into a medical college building. Prime Minister Modi expresses grief. The Air India crash hits BJ Medical College Hostel. 50 injured and hospitalized in serious but stable condition. Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrived at the site of the Ahmedabad crash and takes stock of the situation. Gujarat Minister Patel, Civil Aviation Minister Mohan Nair, Minister of State for Civil Aviation Muralidhar Mohol and Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi. Tata Group announces 1 crore rupee compensation for the crash victims' families. They also pledge financial support. Air India CEO calls a difficult day for all. Campbell Wilson pledges full support to his family. The airline AK. We begin by taking you through some of the latest visuals that we've got. These visuals are of the crash, but not of the aircraft, but of the place where the aircraft crashed. BJ Medical College, where the Air India flight that was London bound crashed into. Remember, it was lunch hour and there must have been students over there. While we know that 241 people have died in this air crash, as far as the ones aboard the aircraft is concerned, the state government is yet to release any casualties at the BJ Medical College and Hospital, and has been scattered clothing, water, leftover food and debris on the front of the plane. This was one of the worst air tragedies in the history of Indian aviation. But there was one lone survivor. On your screens now are visuals of Ramesh Vishwash Kumar walking out of a horrendous plane crash that killed all other passengers and crew. Just one survivor. Him, who was sitting on seat number 11A. Ahmedabad Police Commissioner Malik said there appears to be no other survivors in the horrific. He also said that with the plane crashing into a residential area with offices, some locals could have also lost lives. 241 people board aircraft been took place carrying 230 passengers and members were looking for Portuguese and one Canadian passenger. The plane took off at 1:17 p.m. and at 1:38 p.m. there was a mayday call. At 1:58 p.m. the plane crashed as soon as it cleared the airport boundary. The Air India plane crashed in Meghani Nagar, a residential area located adjacent to the airport.
हमारे नेबर की लड़की लंदन में ही रहते थे, बड़ौदा से हम अभी आए हैं। अंदर जाने ही नहीं, अपडेट ही नहीं है कुछ, तो कैसे पता चलेगा। हमारे नेबर की लड़की लंदन में ही रहते थे, बड़ौदा से हम अभी आए हैं। अंदर जाने ही नहीं, अपडेट ही नहीं है कुछ, तो कैसे पता चलेगा।
लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ। मेरा लड़का कुछ दूसरे माँ से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला मेरे को, और मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
Storied buildings in the vicinity of the crash were charred in the explosion. The plane crashed near the hostel mess of BJ Medical College. The number of medical student casualties are not known as of now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu about the crash and asked the two ministers to go to Ahmedabad immediately and ensure all possible assistance is extended to those affected. Earlier, he had put up a post on social media platform X that read, "The tragedy in Ahmedabad has stunned and saddened us. It's heartbreaking beyond words. In this sad hour, my thoughts are with everyone affected by it. I've been in touch with ministers and authorities who are working to assist those affected." Home Minister Amit Shah, who rushed to Ahmedabad, also put up a post on social media platform X in which he said, "Pained beyond words by the tragic plane crash in Ahmedabad. Disaster response forces have been quickly rushed to the crash site." Spoke with the Gujarat Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Patel, Home Minister Shri Harsh Sanghvi and Commissioner of Police of Ahmedabad to assess the situation.
यहाँ पे ही जो थे वो लोग खाना खा रहे हुए किसी के डॉक्टर्स थे जो यहाँ पे थे और उनका खाना अभी भी जो है यहीं पर है। तो ये स्थिति बयां करती है कि कैसी हालत होगी, उस वक्त क्या हुआ होगा और कैसे लोगों को यहाँ से जो है वो बचाया गया होगा, क्या रेस्क्यू।
प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है, बताते हैं अहमदाबाद से वह लंदन के लिए जा रहा था और उसमें कुछ इस दुर्घटना के कारण प्लेन क्रैश होने के नाते बहुत सारे यात्रियों को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी है। ईश्वर से मैं सबकी सुरक्षित रहने की कामना करता हूं। इस दुखद घटना के लिए मेरी सभी जितने भी पीड़ित परिवार हैं उन सब के प्रति हमारी संवेदना है।
What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out.
जो एयर इंडिया के प्लेन का बहुत ही दुखद हादसा हुआ है, हम सब बहुत पीड़ित हैं। मैं अपनी संवेदना सभी उन यात्रियों के परिवारजनों को देना चाहता हूं जिनके नजदीकी परिवार के सदस्यों की इस दुर्घटना में देहांत हुआ है। ये घटना ने हम सभी को बहुत ही अत्यंत दुख पहुंचाया है। ईश्वर सभी परिवार के सदस्यों को शक्ति दे। इस दुखद घड़ी में हम सब उनके साथ हैं। ओम शांति।
Gautam Adani, whose company runs the Ahmedabad International Airport, also tweeted and said, "Our hearts go out to the families who've suffered an unimaginable loss. We're working closely with all authorities and extending full support to the families on the ground." And Campbell Wilson, Managing Director and CEO of Air India too, expressed his regrets.
A special team of caregivers from Air India is on their way to Ahmedabad to provide additional support. The investigations will take time, but anything we can do now, we are doing. We know that many people are concerned for the welfare of their loved ones. We have set up a special helpline that friends and family can reach us at. The number is 1-800-5691-444. That is 1-800-5691-444. We understand that people are eager for information. Please know that we will continue to share accurate and timely information as soon as we can. But anything we report must be accurate and not speculative. We owe that to everyone involved. For now, our teams are working around the clock to support passengers, crew, and their families, as well as investigators, however we can.
Meanwhile, condolences have been pouring in from around the world, from UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer to US Secretary of State Marco Rubio to other global leaders including Ursula von der Leyen, Maldives' Mohammad Muizzu and Nepal's Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda have conveyed their condolences. They expressed support for India during this difficult time, as did King Charles of the UK. Even as relief efforts are underway, the Tata Group has announced 1 crore rupee in compensation to families of every person who has lost their life in this tragedy.
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश।
Now, Captain Sumit Sabarwal, the pilot of the aircraft, had over 8,200 hours of flying experience, and his co-pilot, Clive Kunder, had over 1,100 hours under his belt. But what exactly led to one of the worst tragedies, air tragedies ever in India? And more importantly, what can be done so that this cannot happen again? We have Captain Sanjay Karve, aviation expert, Group Captain Vienja, Senior Scientist, Aerospace, and Captain S.S. Panesar, ex-Director, Flight Safety, Indian Airlines, Captain Ishan Khalid, aviation expert, now joining us. But before that, let's first take this across to the executive editor of TV9 Gujarati, Neeru Wadia, who now joins us. Neeru, thank you so much for being with us at this hour. Talk to us. Tell us what is the latest that you can bring to us from the ground over there in Ahmedabad.
See, this incident marks one of the darkest days in Indian aviation history. The devastating tragedy unfolded in Ahmedabad's Meghani Nagar, and this is the very site where the plane crashed. Every minute, every passing minute, another stretcher is rolling out, bodies being carried away, one after another. It's a grim and heartbreaking scene here at the crash site. We are here since last so many hours, and we have been monitoring the situation. NDRF team along with SDRF, police, fire brigade, and of course paramilitary forces. As you can see at the site, everybody is here and they are into the rescue operation. The operation is going on. Rescue teams continue to sift through the wreckage while emergency services work tirelessly to assist the injured and recover the deceased. The community is in mourning and authorities are urging the public to stay clear of the area. And let me tell you, the nearby areas have been completely closed down, cordoned off. Just few minutes back, Home Minister Amit Shah, along with Chief Minister of Gujarat Bhupendra Patel and Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, visited the crash site to oversee the relief efforts. And a few data I would like to share among the passengers. On board, 169 Indian nationals were there and 53 British national, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian passenger was there on board the Air India flight flying to London. The DGCA and Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau are leading the probe along with UK's Air Accident Investigation Branch. And the current situation is actually heartbreaking. The one after another stretcher is being rolled out, and also what we have witnessed is the eyewitnesses who are doing this relief work, rescue work. What they have told us, they have seen bodies apart, a few hands coming out of the debris, part of legs coming out of the debris, and we have witnessed TV9 team. I am here since last so many hours, since the afternoon. We have been witnessing stretcher one after another rolling out, bodies being carried out. A number of documents have also been recovered from this very site, and it has been deposited to the government department, concerned department. Let me tell you, cash in huge number have been recovered. Mobile phones, gadgets, along with passports and other important documents have also been collected from the site, which may definitely help in the investigation, further investigation. So this is the situation right now, and definitely it will continue. And on the other side, if we talk about the civil hospital situation, extremely painful situation is definitely around, because the people who have lost their loved ones, they are still there in the hope that they might return someday.
Right, Neeru, the one thing I have to ask you at this stage is that do you have any latest updates as far as the students at the crash site is concerned? At the PJ Medical College, we know around 50 of them are injured. Any latest updates on that front?
Right now, there is no official information or confirmation on the number of casualties from the medical students, the residents, doctor who were actually present at the site when this crash took place. But it is being said that 50 to 60 students were there. Not exact numbers have been disclosed from the authorities right now, but we hope soon they will disclose the numbers of the exact casualties.
That Neeru Wadia there joining us from the crash site in Ahmedabad, Executive Editor of TV9 Gujarati. Thank you, Neeru, for bringing us that latest ground report. Let's now take this across to Captain Sanjay Karve, aviation expert, Group Captain V.N. Jha, Senior Scientist Aerospace, and Captain S.S. Panesar, ex-Director Flight Safety, Indian Airlines, now joining us. Thank you all of you for taking time out to be with us here tonight here on News9. Captain Sanjay Karve, the one thing that's being said again and again is that it looks like both the engines of this aircraft failed. Clearly, the landing gear was difficult to be put on, and that was what eventually led to this crash. But tell us at this stage, is there something fundamentally wrong with the Boeing 787 Dreamliner as a plane?
Well, you're asking me?
Yes. Captain Sanjay Karve, please unmute yourself. Captain Sanjay Karve.
Yeah, if you look at the videographs being put out by the television channels, in fact, I just saw one which was released by Ahmedabad airport for the takeoff. You can see that the aircraft has taken off normally. The thrust which the engines have generated during takeoff appears to be normal. However, at a height of about 600 to 700 feet, the aircraft appears to be static and then starts losing height. The 787 as a design is not a modification of any other aircraft. It was a new design conceived by Boeing, and it has been a successful design. There are 1,200 aircraft of this type in different variants, flying over the world, flying over the Pacific, flying over the Atlantic. This is the first case where we had a total hull loss. What it appears is a total loss of thrust in both the engines. And pardon my saying so, if at 600 feet, an aircraft like 787 loses both the engines, you require a miracle to recover that aircraft. You just require a miracle. You don't have sufficient height. Flying from Indian airfields which are congested, you have no open space available. I would still like to commend an aircraft. You please look at the aircraft's flight path when it is descending. The wings are level. It's a steady approach down into the ground. So that means the pilots have tried their best to control the aircraft descent into disaster. That's all I can say. The engines have lost thrust. Loss of thrust could be because of any reason. Fuel starvation, loss of electrical signal, loss of engine. This will only come to know once we get a readout from the CVR and the DFDR. NTSB is there, FA is there, Boeing is involved. All these people would carry out a detailed investigation. Boeing and FAA would be more than interested than anyone else in coming to the correct picture, because it affects 787s flying all over the world. And let us be very honest to ourselves. It's a very safe